Oh dear, inside edge, gets away again. 13 for none.
गेंद की तरफ बढ़ते हैं। तंजीम हसन शाकिब को बुलाया गया गेंदबाजी के लिए। यहाँ पर पहले ओवर 5 रन दिए थे, मगर विकेट का अभी तक सूखा जो है बांग्लादेश खेमे में पड़ा हुआ है, मगर विकेट की तलाश में चल रहे हैं। विकेट की तलाश में चल रहे हैं यहाँ पर। बाकी आप सब लोग लाइक करिएगा,
on to 11 off 13, but it's been a struggle though. So fluent in the test matches. He hit the ball, especially off the pads. The moment it was straight, putting them away. But here we also saw a while ago, I mean, his weakness seemed to be the straight one. Why is it red ball, white ball, and then suddenly your strengths and weaknesses are slightly different?
To answer your question, when you talk about his test match performances, he was always looking to play in the wing, and hence whenever there was an ill-directed delivery, he was able to clip them.
श्रीलंका को 13 रन 1 विकेट नुकसान पे 3.1 गेंद हो चुकी है। निशान मधुशंका 6 गेंदों में 1 रन बनाकर
If you have a look at this replay, in ODIs he's looking to hit everything through the offside, especially square, and he's edged it. First blood drawn. Madhushka once again a whistle.
Smartly taken by Shanto, because that was flying. But then again, Tanzim, he's been superb. Sometimes he gets the ball to bounce a lot more than you'd expect, because he's a short chap comparatively. Line length so good, the breakthrough that Bangladesh needed. Nishan Madhushka, another failure for him in the series. It was a fabulous opportunity. He's gone for one. Sri Lanka 13 for 1.
TNT Sports, powered by Canterbury.
नजमुल से शैंटो ही लग रहे हैं भाई कैच पकड़ते हुए। स्लिप पे ज्यादातर वही खड़े होते हैं। जी हाँ, नजमुल से शैंटो ने ही पकड़ा है कैच और गेंदबाजी करिए तंजीम से शाकिब ने। हेलो जी के मेरे साथ करोगे तुम कभी बॉयफ्रेंड मार लो। ये कौन सा है?
Professional monitoring
activated. This summer, leave your worries behind. Protect what matters to you with Simply Safe Home Security. System start from under £200 with a professional monitoring plan. There's no safe like Simply Safe. TNT Sports, powered by Canterbury.
शशांक भाई खेलते हैं परमानेंट भाई। शशांक भाई खेलते हैं, सीओडी खेलते हैं,
Kusal Mendes.
पबजी खेलते हैं, पता नहीं मुझे याद नहीं। परमानेंट नहीं खेलते हमने। अभी एक बार फिर से शॉर्ट पिच गेंद पे फुल कर दिया कुशल मेंडिस ने। शॉर्ट पिच गेंद करते हुए
when you talk about
थोड़ी छोटी ये गेंद हो गई।
there are two prerequisites. One, awareness of the off stump, and also ability to play the ball off the back foot. Once he commits on the front foot, there is no backward movement. He just hangs it back away from the body, and he's been dismissed quite a few times now. I mean, he hasn't displayed those qualities so far in this series, which is very important for an opener.
Off the mark straight away. You're bowling that shot, try and get it up at his throat.
See, it's very important for a top order batsman who possesses these kind of strokes and ability to play the ball off the back foot, especially against faster bowlers. And if you have these strokes, you will ramp up the pressure on the bowlers. And not the first time he has employed that stroke. Against Tanzim, we saw plenty of strokes. Such strokes played during the innings played at Colombo by Kusal Mendes.
डिफेंस कर दिया इस गेंद को, रन नहीं मिलेगा। डॉट गेंद आती हुई।
He was in blistering form, got to 50 off 20 and slowed down, and once he was dismissed, the Sri Lankan batting was just strangled out of a wing.
उम्मीदें बरकरार है कि एक बेहतरीन मैच जो है वो नजर आएगा हमें यहाँ पर
from 20 deliveries, and then to get to 56 he had to consume 11 more deliveries. I think that there was a break in the stride, and that's why he was dismissed. And the crowd went to the spinners.
नवाज एफएफ करे कौन सी टीम भाई?
Oh, it was a
बाउंड्रीज के साथ में भाई
rollicking
एंट्री,
innings
ओपन एंट्री दी हुई है।
from the word go.
काफी लोगों को मिली है।
He was in a belligerent.
भाई एवरेज सबके 37 के आसपास ही बन रही है।
It looked so simple when he was out there.
उससे पहले विकेट जो है वो गिर चुका है। टेलीग्राम चैनल को ज्वाइन करिएगा, लिंक
Lanka
डिस्क्रिप्शन
were
में है।
racing away. There was 75
लिंक को क्लिक करिएगा,
in 10 overs.
The
second fastest 15 ODI cricket for him. 19 was his quickest.
सीधे बल्ले से खेला है, मिड ऑन की दिशा में, गैप में ये गेंद है। दौड़ रहे हैं कुशल मेंडिस, गेंद के करिए रन दौड़ रहे हैं मगर दौड़ने की जरूरत नहीं है। आखिरी गेंद पर चौका जो है वो लगता हुआ, तो 4 ओवर के बाद 21 पे 1 श्रीलंका का स्कोर है। तो शुरुआत बढ़िया और आते ही कुशल मेंडिस ने भी काम शुरू कर दिया।
Keep picking up wickets and Sri Lanka will feel the pressure.
अंडर पावर प्ले 1 विकेट आएगा भाई।
Mind you, Bangladesh have not won a series here in Sri Lanka.
आपने उसका जवाब नहीं दिया। जय श्री राम, कैसे हैं आप? 10 ओवर में 3 विकेट गिरने चाहिए भाई।
Fastest 50s
आपको में घी शक्कर यार।
for Sri Lanka. The coach Sanachai Surya.
भाई जुड़ चुके हैं।
I knew you were going to remind me. I knew it. Oh, nicely maneuvered. That's where he makes the difference. Kusal Mendes. 2 boundaries in this over for him. It's 21 for 4.
4 ओवर के बाद 21 पे 1 करंट रन रेट 5.25 चल रहे। तकसीम अहमद गेंदबाजी लेकर चलेंगे उनके सामने। प्रथम निशंका अंदर आती हुई गेंद थी, डिफेंस कर दिया इस गेंद को, रन नहीं मिलेगा। डॉट गेंद के साथ शुरुआत होती है 5वें ओवर की। देखिए रन तो बने हैं, एक विकेट भी गिरा है मगर विकेट के साथ साथ गुच्छों में विकेट चाहिए यहाँ पर। क्रिएटिव लॉय सौरभ भाई, हेलो ब्रो, अभी आया हूँ, रेट चल रहा है भाई। रेट वही चल रहा है, देखिए साहब, एक डाल सकते हैं, एक एंट्री डाल सकते हैं, दूसरी एंट्री 20 पैसे के आसपास लेंगे। मारेंगे तभी तो मारेंगे, मरेंगे भाई। राकेश भाई अभी तो डिफेंसिव रहेगा। निशंका थोड़ा सा संभल के खेल रहे हैं, 14 गेंदें खेली है। दीपक नेगी जो जुड़ चुका है। सर लंबी कितनी नॉट
Head to head in ODIs in Sri Lanka. Bangladesh have won 3.
कर लीजिएगा यहाँ पर, दो लंबी में डिफरेंस।
This is the third game between these two teams here in Pallekele, and Bangladesh have won 1. Sri Lanka have won 1.
भाई जिन बुकों पे आप खेल रहे हैं ना, कहीं ना कहीं कुछ बुकें जो है भागना
You fear as a bowler when a batter is able to play a shot like that.
कुछ बुकें जो है निकल रही हैं और तो
And to be able to drag the ball from outside the off stump in that direction, must have very quick reflexes.
You fear as a bowler when a batter is able to play a shot like that.
That combination earned him another boundary.
चाहिए तो भाई मैं एक नया चैनल बनाऊंगा टेलीग्राम को, उस पर लिंक दे दूंगा आप सबको, उस पर ज्वाइन कर लीजिएगा, टेंशन मत लीजिएगा। अगली गेम ये फिर से
Sri Lanka's openers though, they've been consistent, I'll tell you.
सिंगल जो है वो मिलता हुआ 22 रन बन चुके हैं, एक विकेट नुकसान।
In the last 12 months in ODIs, 16 of them Sri Lanka have played.
3 महीने उसको चलाएंगे फिर बंद कर देंगे। मैं एक ब्रांड दूंगा जो
look where they are in terms of opening partnerships. That's 17, so we've added today as well. The run rate, the lowest, and the average as well. So you take into account today, they have been consistently poor.
यहाँ पर तो कहीं ना कहीं उस साइड पे अगर आप खेल रहे हैं मालिक, उसमें ऑड ऐसा आता है ना कि आपको कैश आउट करना पड़ता है। मैं एक्सचेंज दूंगा।
You reckon should have continued with that second slip for a little longer?
ऑस्टम की तरफ ये गेंद फिर बल्ला चलाया है, ड्राइव
I
किया उस
think
गेंद को,
it depends on the bowler. If he's confident and he urges the captain to keep 2 slips, then the captain
चल रहा है 38-39 रखा हुआ है भाई। इनफॉर्म बल्लेबाज आया
has
कुशल
no
मेंडिस,
choice.
कुशल मेंडिस
If the bowler
आउट
agreed,
होंगे, प्रथम
that's
निशंका
why
आउट होंगे, तभी तो मजा आएगा
he
इसमें।
was moved to extra
मेंडिस
cover.
सबसे पहले जाएगा,
But
सही
now
कहा
the
आपने
horse
भाई।
has bolted.
मेरी फीलिंग आ रही है कि मेंडिस ने रन बनाया।
He's having another
मेरे
fielder
साथ टेनिस में
in the slip cordon.
Yeah, it's a gully for Kusal Mendes. You're right. So Pathum Nissanka, for some reason in this format, the series is looking to go offside only. And hence, missing out on the straighter ones and missing out on putting pressure on the bowlers. Whereas Mendes is being more instinctive. He's playing the ball on its merits.
The difference is positive mindset. After getting 2 failures, He's lost at the moment with Nissanka.
But that's a strange one because he's made 2 massive hundreds in the test series. Man of the series there, and how soon you can start doubting your approach. Oh, brilliant fielding. And guess who? Shamim.
Not Chaudhary.
Imon.
Parvez. Good effort.
Not Parvez, Parvez Imon. That's the support you need as a bowler. Been brilliant. That was a very good catch taken. And now this. Too good, too good. There's nothing you can do about that. Mendes hits through the line. It's 26 for 1. Lanka have lost a wicket, but the run rate pretty decent. The standing umpires today, Alauddin Palekar and Ravindra Vimalasiri, they are on the field.
He refuses to be dictated to, although wasn't in control, but still enough power behind that stroke. Although the ball bat tilted in his hands, but still was able to pick up another boundary.
Such good form. Pitches it up. Bang. Not much Taskin could have done about it. He did the right thing too. Get his head out of the way. The TV umpire today, Asif Yaqub, and the 4th umpire is Lyndon Hanniballs. Andy Pycroft, right throughout the series, has been a match referee. Now the umpires are wearing black armbands today. And that is Alauddin Palekar. Well, we were all saddened by the news of the death of Bismillah Jan Shinwari, an umpire. He's from Afghanistan. 35 ODIs and 34 ODIs and 26 T20 internationals he stood in. He also did stand in the Asia Cup of 2022. Our thoughts and prayers with his family.
Yeah, condolences and fortitude for the grieving, for the sad demise of the umpire, Shinwari.
Change in the field. Square leg creeps out for Kusal Mendes, and fine leg in the circle. Good fielding again. Very good fielding, and that not only does it save a boundary, but causes doubt between the batters, and hence no runs.
But that stroke deserved much more. He delayed the stroke and timed it beautifully. Unlucky for the batter once again. A fielder came in the way. Forced the captain into strengthening offside field. And also protection on the onside. Meaning, the captain has asked Tanzim to bowl wicket to wicket. Do not provide any room outside the off stump.
That can be frustrating because he's played a couple of good shots for no runs. Three in fact. That's good work. The run rate has dipped just below 5 for the first time this innings. Ahmed, I'm getting the impression there's not a lot of pace on this pitch. There's good bounce, but it's not zipping through.
Yeah, we haven't seen the ball flying off the bat as yet, and that's another indication. This time around, he was able to farm the gap and beat the fielder. 33 for 1 after 6.
.33 for 1 after 6. Kusal Mendis seems to be continuing from where he left off in the previous game. Spin for the first time. Bangladesh's new star. Just his 3rd game, a 5-wicket haul in his 2nd. He's been brilliant.
Yeah, he came in the way for that Sri Lankan win. He was the one who was able to put breaks. Not only breaks, he picked up quite a few wickets.
He slaps this on the up. There was width. But in terms of the fielding, this one should have been stopped. He gets the timing wrong, Imon, and makes a mess of it. He gets up and apologizes to his team. But it's relieved the pressure, though. He's a good bowler. Where has he been?
And he bowls with the right pace. And he's got the ability to force the pitches respond to his style of bowling.
Yeah. 28-year-old Tanveer Islam from Borisal. It just looks like he knows what he's doing. The way he varies his pace, the flight.
Yeah, he's been playing in Bangladesh Premier League for a long time, but never got the nod to represent Bangladesh at this level.
Beauty, boy.
Yeah, debut after 112 List A games. And those are the 5 wickets when Sri Lanka were racing away. Kusal Mendis' wicket. And the captain used him when he wanted the wicket. Trusted him so much.
Yeah, he deserved that. A fifer. That's a big achievement for any bowler.
First 10 overs, only 2 fielders outside the circle. That's mid-wicket, long on.
And because of that return, he has forced the batters into showing some respect to his bowling. Very watchful. Kusal Mendis, unlike him.
He just changed the field. That was a good move. Now, the battle between Kusal Mendis and Tanveer Islam, it's been an interesting one. 20 balls, 28 runs, and 2 wickets. So both ODIs, Kusal Mendis dismissed by Tanveer Islam, but he's not shied away from going after him. Seven bowled. Sri Lanka are 36 for 1. Good afternoon all, and everyone just joining. Sri Lanka 36 for 1 and looking quite solid. Pathum, Nissanka and Kusal Mendis, they've both been in very good touch. Kusal Mendis is scoring at a very quick rate of 130.77. Nissanka a little bit subdued by comparison. Mustafizur. Nicely worked on the leg side. That's been the game plan of the Sri Lankan batters. They've rotated the strike quite well. They've already hit 6 fours. Plenty of singles, knocking balls into gaps. Winning the toss and batting first. It's not one of those venues, particularly in the last 8 games, where captains have enjoyed batting first, but Sri Lanka deciding to bat first here. Playing what is before them rather than rely on history. That's well bowled. Good afternoon, Favis Maharuf.
Good afternoon, Roshan. Good afternoon, everyone. Just to be exact, 8 times, 5 times team batting first, twice batting first and Sakib, 5 times chasing it down. Beautiful sight in Pallakele. And Pathum Nissanka started well. Did miss out in the first 2 ODIs in the at the RPS. Loves batting at the Pallakele. Got some numbers about him. Got a double 100 against Afghanistan last year. Sri Lanka put up a decent score, Roshan. I feel these two in the middle at the moment, Mendis and Nissanka, one of them, or if not both, got to get a substantial score for Sri Lanka to reach a defendable score, I should say.
Yeah, I agree. And looking at the way Kusal Mendis is batting, I think he's going through a purple patch. The way he's striking the ball, the way he's moving, picking length. Some outstanding shot making. He looked to be in very, very good form.
Interesting tactics by Mustafizur, coming round the wicket straight away in his first over. That I'm sure the think tank would have spoken against Kusal Mendis, coming round the wicket, not giving any width, because Kusal loves width, and bowling from over the wicket, a left arm seam. If the ball doesn't swing back, creates a lot of room outside the off stump. I think tactically Bangladesh have got it spot on with Mustafizur coming round the wicket to Kusal Mendis.
Looks to go over the top and he gets it. Just to the right of the field at mid-on. It was hit with power. I don't think the field had a chance. But for a moment, he would have had his heart in his mouth.
The length has to be slightly fuller. Scramble seam. And most importantly, Kusal Mendis trying to hit straight as possible. We saw similar against Taskin a few overs ago. This occasion against Mustafizur. The length when you're bowling to a player like Kusal Mendis in full song, and when it comes to picking up length, you got to be spot on. Anything slightly shorter picks up. Anything slightly fuller becomes a rather easy hit. That's better. Pulling the length back, ending the over with a dot delivery. 41 for 1.
Starting to fill up at Pallakele. Always good crowds, very good crowds. So, Tanvir Islam with a slip in. For short and wide. A little bit too easy.
Pathum Nissanka loves playing in Pallakele. I'll give you the numbers after seeing this replay. Wasn't that short, got to be said, but the line probably just a bit of width. But a high quality shot by a high quality player. All about placement, timing, and once it passes the infield, good luck to the fielders chasing it down.
Short and wide that time.
Bowling Tangi.
Into his 15th game at the Pallakele Stadium, Roshan, more than 800 runs with average of more than 66 for Pathum Nissanka. This is quality. Using the depth of the crease, making sure that he keeps his eye line but where the ball was meeting the bat. And certainly his love story with Pallakele Stadium continues for Sri Lanka.
Amazing knowledge you have. Where do you get all this information? I mean, how do you carry all this information? Great information you got.
One and only our stats guru, Azim Siddiqui. When he's on fire, he makes sure every detail is being covered.
Now, interestingly, Kusal Mendis has looked good, but he's been dismissed so far by Tanwir Islam in both the games so far. In that last game, I thought it was critical, that LBW, which turned the game. Particularly when Kusal Mendis was in such good form and he was striking the ball well. That was a massive moment in the game. Tanwir Islam striking at that point.
Yeah, twice LBW same bowler. That will certainly work in Kusal Mendis' mind. And also Bangladesh have done their homework with the left-arm spinner bowling. Usually you'll see the mid-off drop back, mid-on in the circle. It's the other way around in this field. The first ODI, Mr. Straight one, plumb in front. And the second, he came down the track. It was 2.8 meters. That was the difference. If it was more than 3 meters, it would have been with the batter. But certainly as a batter, Roshan, sometimes in a 3-match series, especially twice you get out to say the same bowler, it always works in your mind.
Beautiful, beautiful. The 50 is up with that drive. Didn't overhit it. You need to take a look at that. Just lent into it. 50 for 1.
When flight prices dropped, Vic could finally start ticking off his bucket list. You were made to embrace all of life's stages. We were made to help you know when to book your flight. Expedia, made to travel.
4 bowlers used. 3 T's at the top. Taskin, Tanzim and Tanwir. Mustafizur continues from round the wicket. And as you said, he's cut that angle a lot. He's looking to bring it back into the right-hander.
Beautiful shot. Mid-off was in the circle. For a left-arm spinner, usually you see mid-on in the circle, long off back. Bangladesh opting the other way around and paid the price there. The length was only slightly fuller. Remember, 2 overs ago, we spoke about bowling to Kusal Mendis when he's in full form. But the length, he picks it up early. Margin of error for a spinner or a fast bowler becomes very minimum. And Kusal is seeing the ball pretty early.
Pathum Nissanka, 24 of 28, but Kusal Mendis has been the man in a hurry. 6 fours and 3 fours for Nissanka. Into the 10th over, it's been a good power play for Sri Lanka. They did lose Nishan Maduska quite early, but this pair have looked to repair whatever damage it would have caused. Well, he's been good, hasn't he? Has been on the money around that off stump, back into the right-hander.
A contrast difference between these 2 players in the middle now, Mendis and Nissanka. 36 deliveries, dots. That's because of the early wicket of Nishan Maduska. And for certain reason, Roshan, when Nishan Maduska bats, the corridor of uncertainty around the 4th or stump back of the length is very vulnerable, and it's very, very much a bowling attack will attack him. That's been his downfall up in England when he lost the place in the Test side. And it still continues. It's not addressed as yet. If he's to have a decent or a good international career, I feel he has to somehow overcome that particular length and line, which I feel is very vulnerable. And Taskin Ahmed with his high arm action, bit of shape away from the right-hander, he just loves it.
Do you reckon leaving the ball a little bit more is better? Because he seemed to be committing a bit. So that's where he generally gets caught in the slips and the keeper. So should he make that conscious decision? Come back after this ball.
I think make a decision as soon as possible. Either you leave it, or if not, throw the kitchen sink at it rather than poking at it. This has been, even in the first class system, in this game, the vulnerability just outside the off stump. Yes, most of the good batters around the world, that's somewhere that they'll struggle. But continuing the same missing over and over again, and when you have competition like Avishka, Fernando, you know, in the squad waiting to get a chance, got to make sure you grab the opportunity with both hands.
Yeah, unfortunate for Nishan not firing in the 3 matches given to him. This was the big moment. Last ball. Very, very good over. 51 for 1. Well, that's a look at the Sri Lankan side, the ODI careers. 40 average for Nissanka. Janit Liyanage averaging at 45. I'm disappointed with Kusal Mendis. 35 is Kusal Mendis' averaging. He could do much more. Lanka at 43. Tanvir continuing.
Just a quick correction. Nishant Madhuska was dismissed by Tanzid Hasan Sakib. But even against Taskin Ahmed, who's poking outside the off stump, beaten a couple of times. Very uncomfortable. All you need in a series decider, a solid start. That would have been the message by Sanat Jayasuriya. But unfortunately, young man Nishant found wanted. He averaged 36 before the series. And all of a sudden, in 3 games, his average down to 30.
Bowled. See, on Nishan Madhuska, I think it takes he has it in him to fight back and come, because there have been times, I know he's gone through some tough times, but he's always fought hard. He's made those adjustments, managed to get back into the side. Good thing is he's in the radar of the selectors. Nice use of the feet. Only a single.
Sensible stuff by Pathum Nissanka. Soon as the ball reaches the eye level, comes down the track. Exactly what you need as batter. Just keep on building those singles rather than building dot deliveries. I like him a lot. A free-flowing player. When he's playing well, he picks up length early. He can be a basher up top. Technical bit of adjustment got to be made as soon as possible, Roshan. If not, like Avishka, Fernando, there are players in the A side who's doing well. He's waiting for an opportunity. I think when it comes to the batting side, there are plenty of players around in the system.
Good question to you. You can answer it the next over. You speak about the technical challenges he has at the top with the new ball, with the faster bowlers. What about an option of maybe batting a little bit lower in the order? Wicket keeper batting a little bit lower if he has that deficiency against the fast bowlers, as you say. Maybe we can talk about it next over. Single of the last ball, 54 for 1.
Okay. One wicket out. Nishan Maduska has gone for 1 of 6 deliveries. Nissanka and Mendes. Partnership of 41 in 47 deliveries. They're looking dangerous and looking solid at the moment. On Nishan Maduska, Roshan answering your question. I think if he's playing in this side, he has to open the batting. Number 3, 4, 5, 6. I think it's quite solid. And maybe coming to Mendes in the last 10 or 15 ODIs have not lived up to expectations in ODI cricket. So maybe something when it comes to being consistent. At number 4, you need a player to get back to coming to Mendes. But for me, Nishan, if he's batting, playing in the side, he has to bat in the top 3. At number 3, you have Kusal Mendes scoring runs. Pathum Nissanka on his league on his own. The only spot left is the second opening spot.
I agree with what you say, but I was just thinking, I'm just thinking aloud about what you said in terms of where you spoke about fast bowlers looking to find that outside edge and bowl that corridor. Mustafizur, on the other hand, has been very economical. Into the 3rd over, just conceded 6 runs.
Keeping it really simple, Mustafizur, using all his experience, not trying to bowl too quick, wicket to wicket, line and length. Probably another 10 overs or so once the ball loses the hardness, bowling the cutters into the pitch. Miraz, probably for sure, will bowl his 10 overs. He's waiting for a wicket to go so that Kusal Mendes comes at number 4. Depart coming to, it'll be a different story. Slow ball, deep square leg in place. Don't think he'll grab for it. Tanzim Hasan, I thought he picked it up late. If he had chased it as soon as the ball made contact with the bat, would have been a different story.
Well, I thought he was deceived for sure. That's clever bowling. Pace off. Pathum Nissanka looking to go over mid-wicket. Was certainly done by that slower delivery. Very lucky that the man at square leg had a lot of ground to cover. Very nearly just what Bangladesh wanted. Into the pitch, slower delivery. Look where he's trying to go. And this time he will get a single. What happened really was lack of pace allowed him. He was waiting for pace to hit it to mid-wicket, but lack of pace. He was through with the shot a bit early. So he just dragged it. That's what happened. So dragged it more towards square leg. He was aiming more mid-wicket.
Excellent bowling. Consider Hasan Sakib, I thought he picked it up late. Mustafizur, he does it really well. He's a bowler who gets the slow ball to die on the batter soon. That can be the variable factor. I mean, Hasan Mahmud is bowling well, not finding a place in the side. That's because Mustafizur, with the older ball, especially in the death overs, he becomes really important. He's been in the side or in the scene for a very long time. Hardly injured. He's always in the playing field. From the day one when he came and burst into the scene, the left arm cutters into the pitch was his go-to ball. And what, 10+ years, he's still good at it.
Has been handy performer, no doubt. Mustafizur has been very reliable. Has been a workhorse for Bangladesh. Still continues from round the wicket. 4 singles in the over. Bangladesh managing to pull it back a little bit. 58 for 1. Well, Palekele is certainly a beautiful part of Sri Lanka. Those hilltops, some lovely sceneries. This is right behind the grandstand. Tanvir Islam will continue with his left arm spin. Gone for 15 in 3 overs. Kusal Mendis on strike. Nicely bowled. But the Sri Lankan batters have been very sensible with their options.
And we spoke a lot about the top order of the Sri Lankan side. Predominantly Hamid Mendis, who batted at number 4 ever since he came into the side. Was batting late order against the Indian series. He was batting at number 7. But I got some numbers about him as well. 20 innings, average of 25, batting at number 4. And you expect much more from your number 4. Strike rate just under 73 with only 2 half centuries. I think this is where Sri Lanka, the selectors, have kept a lot of faith on Nishan Madhuskar, come with the Mendis, and it's their duty to reap the confidence back to the selectors. A lot of talent, no argument about it. A lot of talent. He's a freak on his day, can bowl, can field, can bat really well, can use a long handle. But when it comes to international cricket, you've got to be consistent, because most of the time you're playing in good surface.
At the moment, it's down to singles, and singles only. Well, more beautiful places. You know that the Mahabali River flows from Kandy. It's beautiful. Goes to Trincomalee. And the other unique thing about Kandy, I believe, is that Mahabali surrounds the Kandian kingdom. You could never enter Kandy without crossing the river. And it used to serve as a kind of a protective cordon during the days where the colonial powers would look to attack and take over the Kandian kingdom. So lots of history about the Mahabali River and the Kandian kingdom, the last kingdom of Sri Lanka.
Should be a couple of runs, or probably more. Yeah, it's much more. Only slightly shorter. And first boundary after 22 deliveries behind square, and brings up the 50 partnership between Nissanka and Mendis.
Yeah, waiting for it and playing it late. And down behind point. Beautifully done. Used the pace of the ball as well. That was in the mid-80s. More the width, really. Welcome boundary for Sri Lanka. That rate of scoring now above 5 again. There was a time that it was hovering under 5.
Good ball, good ball.
65 for 1. Partnership of 52 of 59.
Yeah, Kusal Mendis is a player. When he gets into form, he picks up play and scores runs easily, especially in the power play. And when it comes to Kusal Mendis in this series and since 2023, against pace, when he's slightly shorter, back of the length, he picks it up early and plays the horizontal shots pretty well. Only has to be slightly short of a player like Kusal Mendis, back of the length, in that little arc, in that box. You bowl at him, the second ODI, you go for runs. And this is since 2023. 136, 146 is the average. That's because of the short nature of his height. Picks up length early, and he can play these horizontal shots through the offside and the leg side. When back of the lane slightly fuller, that's where one area Kusal Mendis is not so fluent, unless it's really fuller. Hallmark of a player who picks up length early and very comfortable playing those horizontal shots. And for a subcontinent player, it's pretty hard to play when the bounce is not consistent. But he loves batting when the bounce is much more consistent, and in England, in Australia, has scored runs. With the opposition, you got to get it spot on a good length. If not against players like Kusal, when he's in super form, you're asking for trouble.
Mustafizur just continuing. This is a very, very economical and a good spell. Well, well, renewable energy is part of Sri Lanka's policy to try and generate electricity, and that's on the roof. And I can tell you, it's good to see. Well, talking about roofs, we got a roof who's on fire. The roofs here, we have solar power, but this roof is on fire.
I was on fire in Colombo. It was too hot, that's for sure. Yeah, good to see the renewable energy being used. That's something that over the years Kalea has developed. I'm sure Dambulla is too as well.
So we know that your home has renewable energy. We know that. So what about that new machine that you acquired? That also has renewable energy, or it runs on some other energy?
First of all, I paid for the renewable energy. I wasn't given free.
I never said that. I'm just asking you a question.
Yeah, the new machine's going well. Happy wife, happy life. She's happy. So everything goes smoothly.
Okay, that's good. That's a good policy. Happy life, happy wife. Is that the policy?
And when she's happy, everything is smooth and possible. But there's one reason, or one thing that I got to do as soon as I go back to Colombo, is to take our direct on a ride. It's been after my life. And we got, what, another couple of games?
Not everybody who could have a ride in a vehicle like that. So our director can consider himself to be very privileged, not just to have a ride, but also to be driven.
My stationer's wife with the laptop, newly married. With the iPad, beg your pardon.
I thought she's here to watch the cricket. She seemed to be working.
Probably digging the numbers about my stationer.
Wow, maybe she's just going through the Sri Lanka cricket app.
Checking out my stationer's average and strike rates and everything. Why not?
Yeah, of course. Again, another very effective over for Mustafizur, 66 for 1.
Did we?
Yes, we did.
Professional monitoring?
Activated.
This summer, leave your worries behind. Protect what matters to you with Simply Safe Home Security. System start from under £200 with the professional monitoring plan. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Sri Lanka quite comfortable, and after 14 overs, 6-6, losing an early wicket, making a good partnership between these two, Nissanka and Mendes. Bangladesh have got a struggle in the hand, in the sense that the wicket has not really offered too much for either the pacers or the spinners. It's been tidy from Tanvir so far, I mean.
It's been a good start made by the Sri Lankans, but some will question. The run rate achieved is 4.73. It's quite low. But as long as these two players are out there in the middle, there is every possibility that it's going to get better.
Beautiful.
The content to just play the right ball. I think it's a question of not taking any risks, and that has been very evident from the approach of the two Sri Lankan batters.
Yeah, when a bowler picks up 5 wickets in the previous outing, then in the team meeting you discuss, we're not going to give him wickets. We're going to show him some respect. If he offers us something, then we are going to cash in. Otherwise, just try and milk the bowler. But that's what these two Sri Lankan batsmen are looking to do. Not to lose wicket against the left-arm spinner.
Have a look at the manner in which he just opens the face at the last moment, very late into the shot. Chase on, good recovery. That's what you need. Bangladesh feel decently enough today. Now, up in the air, catch it is the call. Fielder coming and getting it. That's landed right on his lap. Tempted the batter, went for the sweep, got the top part of the bat and the second wicket down.
Yeah, whenever a batsman has looked to take a chance against the left-arm spinner, somehow he sends them back. Towhid has been very effective in this series so far. Once again, he's amongst wickets. And he has removed Nissanka, the set batsman, for 35. Sri Lanka, 69 for 2.
We should have left centuries ago.
It's okay. I'm with the AA.
Because the AA has more expert patrols in more places than anyone else, you'll be back on the road in no time. That's why millions of drivers choose the AA. Join today.
New batter in Kamindu Mendes. Bangladesh striking at the right time. 25.73 is average. Couple of 50s. Bangladesh needed to break that partnership, was looking quite threatening.
Yeah, it was not the case of bowling bouncing extra on that occasion for the bowler, but since the batter was looking, hit the ball all along the ground, the hands went low, hence resulting in that top edge. He's amongst wickets. He's a dangerous customer. Asking question. Did he get outside the off stump? That was the question the umpire asked himself.
And I think they're saying that maybe he got an inside edge onto the bat also. So the question of taking the review, not on impacting outside. Let's have a look at this. Maybe no bat, but definitely outside the line of off. Immediate shake of the head. But good bowling here by Tanvir Islam. Kamindu going forward now, half stop there. Bit of a yes and no. Could have been trouble, sent back eventually. Ends the over, 69 for 2. The big match, the decider of this series. Sri Lanka winning the toss, batting first, have lost the second wicket in the last over.
Yeah, he has to prove himself, Kamindu Mendes. He's been prolific in test matches, but find himself out of place in shorter format. Maybe he has to change his mindset. Has to become more positive. In the previous over, there was a good news for Bangladesh.
Indeed, and this was it. He tried to sweep, maybe just a little bit of extra bounce in the process. He got it on the upper part of the bat, and Pervez Hossain was not going to miss out on those simple takes. Massive, massive wicket, because it's hard work for the bowlers. Taskin Ahmed now does manage to beat the bat, coming from the other end for his second spell.
This is good captaincy from Mehidy and Miraz, bringing his premier bowler back into the attack, looking for another wicket to amplify the pressure on Sri Lankan batters. This important tie, series decider.
It's so nice to see the crowds filling up the grassy banks here at Pallekele. Either side of the square, we've got the grassy banks. No, it's the call straight away, and that is the pressure building again. 3 dot balls.
In ODI cricket, is all about tethering batters. If you can string few dot deliveries, that ramps up the pressure, and then you force the batsman into taking life in their own hands.
Well, now he's struggling, and he keeps it tight. Taskin Ahmed has been very economic since 2023. He's been by far the best amongst pacers in the world in ODI cricket.
Yeah, it's not all about flaunting pace as a fast bowler. You have to use it intelligently. He's come of age, that's for sure.
The current run rate 4.4 is going to build up that pressure on the Sri Lankans, particularly Kusal Mendes, who started. Run rate 4.4 is going to build up that pressure on the Sri Lankans, particularly Kusal Mendes, who started off with a bang. Now has clipped that away, but he's going to find the fielder. Just the single. Runs being dried out here by some accurate bowling by Taskin Ahmed. He's feeling the heat. You can say that, see that. Rested in the second ODI to manage his physical abilities.
Are you referring to weather or some tight bowling?
Just tight bowling.
Okay. Just because of the weather, I suspect after this over, there'll be time for players to hydrate themselves. There has to be a break. It's the 16th over.
That inside edge trickles away. They get a fortunate single to finish an excellent over by Taskin Ahmed. It's 71 for 2. And also it's going to be time for that drinks interval you're talking about.
TNT Sports, powered by Canterbury. This weekend,
who will run out victorious?
Hold on tight.
We are go.
It's another doubleheader of bikes.
Oh my goodness, what drama!
MotoGP takes it to the limit at the Sachsenring in the Grand Prix of Germany.
This is racing as good as it gets.
And World Superbikes will be burning up Donington Park.
One of the most epic championships. This could go down to the line. What a weekend.
It's all live on the new home of bikes, TNT Sports.
When they mean the world to you, having Pet Plan Pet Insurance can help you get them the best care. Save 10% when you sign up at petplan.co.uk.
Running a business means wearing many different hats. Whether you're protecting profit margins or organising events, there's always another job waiting. But when it's time to put your money hat on, there's one that suits you perfectly. Try the bank built especially for established businesses. You'll get your own dedicated relationship manager and no monthly fees. It's how business banking used to be, just better. Discover no-nonsense business banking with Alika Bank.
The Harry's starter set. Get our trim and razor, shave gel and travel cover with 30% off and free delivery. Harry's. Feel good, fellas.
We should have left centuries ago.
It's okay. I'm with the AA. I'm with the AA.
Because the AA has more expert patrols in more places than anyone else, you'll be back on the road in no time. That's why millions of drivers choose the AA. Join today.
It's so exciting to see where we are now and knowing the history of where we've come from. They really questioned, should we even enter a team into the Premiership? We should withdraw. And I remember saying, absolutely not. I hope that you know how influential your fight was to getting the game to where it is today.
What happened was that women's rugby won.
Reframe the game. Stream the full series now, only on Discovery+.
They haven't gotten going as yet. The players were able to quench their thirst. So did the bowlers with the new ball. And how do you quench your thirst, Shamin?
Just to watch the wickets go. That's more like that. They'll be absolutely all right. That's the Nissanka wicket, an important one. He scored 35, was looking threatening, but good work from Tanzir Islam. Made him play across the line. A little bit of extra bounce, got the top part. No problem, Simon. Well, if you want to know all about the Sri Lankan cricket, well, we'll talk about that in a moment. The bowling has been pretty good. Tanzim has been a tad expensive, but he's got a wicket. Tanvir has once again been exemplary. Right, if you want to know all about Sri Lankan cricket, download the SLC mobile app. That brings you team news, match schedules, live scores, players' actions, information on both international and domestic cricket, ticket purchasing for games. All information can be...
Yeah, Sri Lankan Cricket Board keeping abreast of contemporary demands. Smartphones era, and you had to bring something smart and smarter. He needs to be smarter to survive in this format, Commander Mendes. He really needs to establish himself.
Yeah, he needs to establish himself, but what he also needs to do first is ensure that he doesn't give any opportunities. And by that, I mean to get his concentration back. After any kind of break, we've noticed that there is some kind of lapse in the momentum, particularly built up by the batters. Kusal Mendes will have to be careful about that to get his focus back.
Well, it happens, but at the moment, there is no momentum as far as Kusal Mendes is batting. Yes, he started off with few boundaries, but after that, he's been shuttled. Not only we have seen some good bowling from Bangladeshis, but how about fielding? Not afraid to throw their bodies the line and save many runs.
And that's the support you need to give your bowlers. Just so uplifting. The spirit of a bowler when he sees a good piece of fielding and the effort given in the deep, that just works wonders. Now, step forward, initial thrust forward, then has to come back when the bowlers just drops it a tad short.
That's how you deal with quality spinners. A forward press helps you get back on the front foot and maneuver the length.
And he gives the ball somewhere, enticing the batter. Nicely easing into that chop, into the deep, just for the single. I'm just wondering, Amir, when Mehidy Hasan Miraz, the skipper, might consider giving Tanvir Islam a bit of a rest into his 6th over. Bowling exceedingly well, so the temptation will be there to keep him on, maybe for another 1 or 2.
Yeah, there are plenty of options for, well, not you, Tamim Patwari. Good usage of the feet. Made the batsman gain on that occasion. That was an elegant stroke from Kamindu Mendes.
It was indeed, and breaking the shackles. Haven't had a boundary for a while, and look at this lovely shimmy down the wicket. Gets to the pitch, nicely behind it. Didn't try to hit it too hard, just the placement. Perfectly done. So pleasing to the eye. That'll lift Sri Lankan spirit. Need to build up a solid partnership. Bangladesh, on the other hand, look to get another one quick. Just pulling it back ever so slightly in terms of length. Simple tuck away for another single. Expect after seeing that boundary being hit and the manner in which they're negotiating him, might just be given a rest. Wait and see. Yes, and Miraj himself did so very well, as you mentioned, Amir. Got that backup going. Can dry out the runs. And another single to finish off that over. 79 for 2.
The captain has turned off the fasten seatbelt sign. Feel free to
have an announcement. It's a very important announcement. Get 3% cash back on a category of your choice with PayPal.
Is that PayPal with a P?
2 P's. PayPal.
Am I going to make my connection?
You will, but your luggage won't. Anyway, I'll be up here.
Your trusted way to pay, now with 3% cash back all summer. Sign up in the app.
Oh, gosh, I'm sorry.
Check out PayPal.
Maybe lock the door.
PayPal.
Maybe lock the door, all right?
It's been that dot, the blue dot, which has not really allowed Sri Lanka to travel smoothly. Couple of wickets down, 4.65. The bowling has been accurate. Short. That look at that fielding. We're talking about the support given. That was a hit-me ball. The fielder did very well.
And that can be confidence booster for the bowlers. If they know they'll be supported by the fielders when they bowl an ordinary delivery, they can get their focus back and they can start bowling with a big heart.
Well, that kind of fielding helps Taskin to maintain that best economy rate. I was mentioning a short while earlier how good he has been. When he doesn't take the wickets, he dries out the runs. Look at it. Since 1st January 2023, minimum of 150 over, Taskin Ahmed leads the pack with 4.87, 46 wickets to boot. He's got big names there, Matt Henry, Kagiso Rabada, Josh Hazlewood, Mohammad Siraj. But he is enjoying that economy spell.
Yeah, he's a luxury to have in your lineup. Not only economical, but threatening too. You have that ability, especially in shorter format, to keep the batsman quieter and send them back.
And speeds, he can generate pace, but he assesses the requirement of the wicket. The heat here, it's really muggy.
He got the smarts now.
Sure has. You've got to be smart. Once again, that back of a lane does not really allow the batter to either go forward or go deep into his crease. And with this kind of pace, it's not going to be easy to try and take him on. Containment here, done brilliantly by Taskin Ahmed.
You know, in yesteryears, if you compare the Taskin of now and of yesteryears, he was not committed to every delivery. At times he used to go through the motions, but now he commits himself fully. Now where he's going to land the ball, to which batsman? He wasn't in control, looked like pick inside edge, good enough to take the ball over the boundary line.
Well, some relief for the Sri Lankan supporters, but as you said, not the most convincing. Was just inside part of the bat, but he put it away in an area where it was difficult for the fielders to get to it, and thus the boundary.
You think he was intending to hit the ball there?
No, not at all. Intending to hit it much more forward of square. Got the inside part, but lucky runs, and they'll take it, Sri Lanka. Good comeback delivery to finish the over. 84 for 2. Bangladeshi bowlers have done well in the heat, restraining the Sri Lankan batters, and as anticipated, they changed the bowling. The skipper comes on. He bowled wonderfully well in the previous game. 111 wickets, best of 4 for 25.
Yeah, he picked up a wicket in the last game after 5 matches. But he's been bowling very well consistently. The first delivery
was 1 for 37 in that previous game, but that was Loosener to start off with. Short was onto it in a flash, that swivel round. Again, bit of a doubt for the second run. Eventually the ball arrives. There's a good take. Once again, the fielding, the commitment shown by Bangladesh has been of high quality. That's the way to come back after you lose first ball.
That was clever bowling. And length was the same, trajectory was the same, but line slightly towards off stump and also angling the ball away from the right-hander. It's too easy.
Yes, too straight. That's a line he wants to avoid. Basically, need to bowl it outside the line of the off stump, get it to turn in. Not that we've seen too much evidence of purchase of the wicket. Essentially, got to make sure the batter is not given the freedom to either come inside out or go onto the off stump and sweep the ball. And with the left-right combination, he'll have to just come around, change of angles. Yeah, no turn, and it's that arm ball heading straight in. That might be a dilemma for the batters, wondering when is it going to start gripping. Into the 19th over, ball hasn't really done anything off the in terms of turn. Keeps on bowling them straight, keeps on allowing the singles to be taken.
If you don't allow batters to score more than 5 runs, temporary ODI cricket, as a bowler, you're doing a fine job. Or wide, been called by the umpire.
Kusal, Mendes, you're talking about the players drying out the runs, the bowlers. Last 25 balls or 26 now. Just the 14 runs. And he started off with a bang. He's hitting the balls to all parts of the ground. Pressure must be building. It's to be seen how he rides that pressure out and absorbs that pressure.
I've never sold before and I've never opened a shop before.
Johnny Vegas is living out his dream.
This is just fun.
And going into the antiques trade.
Vintage Vegas is opening for business. It's gorgeous. How much for the puppet?
Can he turn his lifelong passion...
I'm just grappling with a fairy under the table.
...into a bona fide business?
Get it!
Brand new Johnny Vegas's Little Shop of Antiques starts tonight at 9 on Quest or stream on Discovery Plus.
Bangladeshi bowlers have not really allowed the Sri Lankan batters to take advantage. No big, tall buildings so far. They'll be pretty content because it is a pitch which is a little bit tilted towards the batters. Eases into that one, but just quick inside.
Yeah, the bowler has to sense that the frustration is creeping in. Mind of the batter. Do not try and overdo things. Keep it simple. Keep on landing the ball in the right areas. That was a gift. That was a gift. He was looking for that length and got that and was ready for it.
And the smile breaks out. Smile of relief for Kusal Mendes. Boundary after 27 balls that he's faced, but it was there to be hit. It's simple. It's pitched up right through the line. Easy. But it was there to be hit. It's simple. It's pitched up right through the line. Easy as they come.
Yeah, it was aforementioned. You don't have to over try as a bowler. Just keep on landing the ball in the right areas, back of the length. That's where he faltered. Increase the length, and Kusal Mendes is too good a batsman to miss out on those ones.
Nice comeback. It's just that little bit, just 6 inches shorter than the previous one, does the job. There you see he's touch shorter, gets him on the front foot, tries his best. Umpire takes evasive action, but there is cover. Sensible cricket. You're talking about the change in the manner in which Taskin Ahmed bowls in the recent past. Maturity, understandably, and a realization that he's got to bowl within himself because of injury concerns.
Yeah, a decrease in length, about 6 inches or increase, makes a huge difference.
To a nicety, but it was there to be hit. So a little tardy in this over from Taskin Ahmed.
Yeah, the idea was good from Taskin. He's been pitching the ball back of the length. Batsmen were anticipating the ball there. Tried to surprise the batter with a bouncer, but did not rear up. Deciding to bowl round the stumps to the left-hander, Taskin.
Ice creams and lots of water. That's what you need on a hot, muggy day like this. Comes around. Keeps it quiet. Quiet. It is Kamindu on strike. Sea is soaking wet. Just a quiet, slow walk back to the top of the bowling ground, conserving energy.
are drenched in sweat. Skin. They change the shirt.
A grunt for a good delivery. 95 for 2. Well, he's into his swings and rhythms. Such a lovely ground, the Pallakale International Stadium. In the distance, the hills, mountains around. The PA system blaring out the music.
Age is just a number. To have a young heart, enjoy life.
Absolutely.
You do too. You like to team up with life, Shamin.
Short. Now, this is going to go along the ground to deep back to square, just for the single. Opportunity, I think, for the batter. Maybe played a little squarer into the gap to take more runs.
It's surprising for me, a batsman brought up on such surfaces doesn't play that sweep, conventional sweep. As he does employ that slog sweep, Kusal Mendes, but not the conventional one. That's a good one from Kumindu Mendes. 100 on the ball with that boundary.
Yeah, that was always going to be punished. Just short enough from Miraz, giving him ample opportunity to rock back. He's happy with that boundary. There you see just that shortness of the leg, rocking back and placing it wide of the fielder. No chance there. Very nicely struck.
Yeah, but use his feet. He has created that fear in the minds of the bowler. Hence, they're looking to dart the ball in. The pace was up on that occasion. Better delivery. Slightly slower.
But the Sri Lankans, what they've done very well, there have been periods of play when there have been dot balls piling up, but once in a while they've just released the pressure with boundaries. Not similar to the last one day when they got completely bogged down.
The only human, Shamin. You're a hard taskmaster.
I'm just giving them credit, my friend. They're doing well. They're just...
No, there was a hint of complaint, which was spotted.
You would. Once again. But the boundary has been there in the over, so they can afford to take it easy.
He has softened up, Shamim. Oh, close, given. Well-directed delivery, kept low, didn't get up to the batsman's liking, and he perishes.
Wow, that was a quick delivery. I don't think he's going to bother to take the review. The big strike, Bangladesh, really doing well. He's not too happy, but exactly at 100, this is what happened. Kept on, kept a tad low, played over, and it was pretty much in front. No problem for the umpire. Up went the dreaded finger, and Miraz gets that wicket. It's Kumindu Mendes who has to take the long walk back. 16 he's got, and Sri Lanka.
TNT Sports, powered by Canterbury.
At Mattress Man, we know we all sleep differently. You could say we really know our stuff. You tell us all about your sleep and we guide you softly to the right mattress. Through top brands like Silent Night and Arthur, you find the right one for your pocket. We deliver it for free and you try it for 60 nights. And now, with 15% off all our mattresses, trust Mattress Man to find your perfect sleep. Go to mattressman.co.uk.
TNT Sports, powered by Canterbury.
Timely blow. That's what Bangladesh have been able to do this game. Charita Lanka is the new batter. Danit Lienage will follow him, and then it's Dunit Wellalage. Opposition, good batting conditions. It'll stay like that right throughout the game, that's for sure. Therefore, you got to keep attacking. This was quicker, much quicker than the previous deliveries, and Kamindu Mendis's somewhat indifferent form in ODIs continue. Just not able to match the high standards and numbers that he's achieved in Test cricket. Miraz strikes. Fast bowlers from one end, the spin from the other. Tanzim, Hasan, Sakib picked up the wicket of Nishan Madushka. He's back in for his second spell. Now this is the partnership that
coming to Mendis after scoring the boundary in the second delivery, 3-dot deliveries and then the last ball wicket. I think this is the message to the players to come. Once you score a boundary, try and get a single, rotate the strike rather than getting bogged down in an end. That's where the Mendis was leading up to the game when it comes to average. Not the greatest batting at number 4. Missed a golden opportunity. And I think, answering your question, Russell, it's a massive partnership. Former captain, Charita Salanga, the present captain. These two players have been the mainstays in the ODI side. Kusal Mendis is batting really well. Charita Salanga, we all know what he can do on his day. I like to see the Bangladesh perspective. Try and get a slip fielder in place. Open up the mid-wicket. Get a slip or a gully. And get Tanzim Hasan Sakib to bowl that 4th off-stump line and try and attack him. Not straight, just outside the off-stump.
On his way. That's easy pickings. They've been good though. Just bowling in short spells and making it hard for the Sri Lankans. Just chipping away. That's what you can say that Bangladesh have been doing.
In 21.3 overs which Sri Lanka has batted so far, 75 dot deliveries. 12.3 overs of dot deliveries, and still Sri Lanka has managed to score at 4.74.
ODI, this could be tight. Clumsy all round. Sri Lanka get the single they were looking for.
It was Kusal's call. The ball went to mid-on in front. It's usually the striker's call. Charita Salanga for some reason wasn't comfortable. Go for the single. Said away no. Visible in the end, and the wicketkeeper Jakarali got into an awkward position. His throw wasn't at first bounce, which Jakarali thought it's going to be.
Pitched on the edge of the turf and skids off. Hard for Jakarali.
Yes, at the moment, Mehidy and Miraz attacking Charita Salanga with 5 in the offside, 4 in the leg side. Early on, Charita Salanga against fast bowlers. Can he be a bit vulnerable just outside the off stump? Probably missing a trick, especially in Pallakele pitch. Usually gives you as a fast bowler some awkward bounce on a good length, some movement if it's available. But that's those lines for me are too straight for a new batter. 103 for 3.
Hey, look at our Simply Safe home security system.
Let's install it.
another camera. What for? My collectibles. What?
Now you've got a camera each.
Yay!
Systems start from under £200 when you buy a professional monitoring plan. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Kusal Mendy's on 48. Correction, 49. Lanka been dominant at home for quite a while, and that's why this game is a pressure match. Could feel the nerves with Bangladesh clawing themselves back into the series. Bangladesh have won only 3 games in Sri Lanka. In 26 games. Here in Pallekele, 2 previous games, 1 each. But in terms of series at home in the last 5 years, Sri Lanka have won 10 out of 12. The only loss being against India in 2021. Clever. That's playing the field really, really well.
Playing the field well, Charita Salanka. There was only field outside the circle in the leg side. That was deep square, like in front of square. Yeah, it was slightly risky, straighter, but the ball was turning away. In the end, it's a safe shot. Up at the Miraz in the second ODI, almost a similar feel. Charita Salanka against Mehidy and Miraz, who had mid-on in the circle. Played with the ego of the batter. Usually Charita Salanka, when it's full, loves to go over mid-wicket, loves to go over long on. He was challenged in the previous game. In the end, he held out to mid-on, and similarly today, Mehidy and Miraz has got the mid-on in the circle. That's, I think it's going to be Taskin Ahmed, the tallest in the field. Horses for courses. I like the way Mehidy and Miraz thinks.
That's bouncing. But Sri Lanka looking for that single. The ball, for me, it's holding just a wee bit and bouncing. It's not on the slower side, but it's not one of those pitches that's skidding through. Tennis ball bounce, fair to say?
Yeah, Sanjeev Gamage will be out there for a concussion test on Charita Salanka as this hits the arm and hits the throat or the visor. The last game we were talking about at the Premadasa, mid-on in the circle, got the length delivery of Shamim Hossain and straight to Tanvir Islam. Most teams against Charita Salanka who likes it over mid-wicket, long on, have it behind, patrolling the boundary, not with Mehidy and Miraz. And similar field settings. Sanjeev Gamage will be doing a couple of tests. It should be okay. It wasn't that hard. The ball hit his grill or the throat. This is a big innings for Charita Salanka. Being a captain, never lost to Bangladesh at home a series.
Looking at Sri Lanka's approach in the previous 2 ODIs to this, slightly cautious, I would think. Waiting for the loose balls. But what we wait for in Sri Lanka is these beautiful pictures in various parts of the island. 1 hour drive. You get to experience very different terrains. Sri Lanka's all right. We're good to go. Over number 11 to 40, only 4 fielders, a maximum of 4 loved outside the circle, and Bangladesh have those 4 at a very fine square leg. Mid-wicket, the point on the boundary and long off. Nicely bowled by Mehidy. 108 for 3. Nothing too big, but pretty consistent, those towers. Tanzim for his second over this spell. That'll be 50. Kusal Mendes. A very different knock to the previous day, previous game, where he got his 50 off 20 balls. Here, he takes 58 deliveries. That's quick as well. 7 fours. His 35th 50 in ODIs and his 6th against Bangladesh. But he's got to make sure he cannot throw it away like a couple of days ago.
Timely knock, responsible knock. Just the start. He knows the job is not done yet. Seeing the ball really well is important. That he partners Charita Lanka. Starting to look good. Good batting. Good batting. Should be a couple of runs here with the ricochet.
They'll get the extra run. Good bit of fielding. But it comes back to hurt them. And Shanto forces the umpire to have a look. You never know how close these can be. But there's no real excitement from the fielders square of the wicket. The bowlers, the fielders, they're all...
Run out review. Review for run out. At the batting end. Yeah, bat is grounded before the bails are off. I'm ready to make my decision for the big screen.
Now that was a pretty easy decision. No wonder, no excitement at all. Everyone's ready to go. The crowd building. Nice cool breeze. That will be good to have. Oh, beauty. That was a beauty. I think that jagged away ever so slightly.
Base in the fielder at mid-wicket. Enough movement to keep the bowler interested. Zipped away from the left-hander, squared him up. Beautiful length, good pace at 134.7 by Tanzim. Right throughout the series, the aggression is top-notch. Hannibal, fourth umpire, just keeping a close eye on the proceedings.
Gets the edge. Bowling well. He really is. I don't think they're watching the cricket. They're zooming in on something else, I would think. Probably the hills.
Yeah, never a dull moment when Lyndon Hannibal is in the house, is it? Yeah, Tanzid Hasan Sakib just on him. I think it's been very impressive. Because of the aggression this Bangladesh side needs in the middle overs as well as in the death. He provides it. This is a good shot. Picks up the length pretty early. And a 4-player like Kusal Mendes who picks up the length pretty early. That becomes almost a freebie when you have square leg behind square, no one in front of square.
Doesn't try to hit too hard. It's all about finding the gap. Wasn't easy because he got cramped for space as the ball was angled into him. But a timely boundary.
Yeah, picked up the length early. We spoke about his hawk package in the previous stint. Anything shot into his body, he just loves it, especially when he's in good form.
Eight off that over, 116 for 3. Lanka battling hard, making sure they're holding wickets and accumulating runs. Kusal Mendis is leading the charge for the moment, giving Lanka some time to play himself in. He's been brilliant, Lanka, of late. In a slight hold up. Mehidy and Miraz will continue, but the big wicket of coming to Mendis.
Kusal from the word go, first ball, put it away towards square leg. Ever since then, he's looked in so controlled. Very powerful, anything short or full. Top of his game, picking up length early, loving the pace of the pitch. His love story, batting at Pallakale, continues. Into the 25th over. It's a 5 bowlers used. Does have the option of Shamim Hossain, who bowled well in the last game. I thought in the middle overs he made sure that the breaks were put in. 9 overs, 1 for 22. The second ODI. So that's an option, since a left hand is in the middle for Mehidy and Miraz, to bring Shamim Hossain maybe once Tanzim Hasan Sakib is finishing with his spell.
That is a wonderful shot. I think Mendis with the 3 in the deep on the leg side and not much turn for Mehidy, trying to give himself room, trying to pick the gap on that offside. I think for the first time I saw a bit of grip there. You can look at shots like this all day long. Everything is Maha around here. The Mahaveli River, the Mahayava, and then there's Maharoof. Yava and Maharoof there as well.
You forgot Mahanura, the real name.
That's outside the line. Good early call from Mendis, and hence not a problem in getting across.
Slight appeal in the non-striker's end. The ball hit Charita Salanga probably in his back or the bat and hit the stumps. Yes, the bowler was appealing for the LBW. Field at short, fine leg, threw the balls to the non-striker. Hit Charita Salanga, and somehow the ball ended up in the stumps. There's the LBW shout outside the line. Charita Salanga is crossing for the single and hits him probably in the hamstring and ricochets to the stumps. How unlucky that would have been if it was run out.
Well in, well in. 4 singles. Off the 25th over, Sri Lanka won 20 for 3. Batting to come. That's Janit Lian against. Fought really, really hard to try to get Sri Lanka over the line. The second ODI, but fell short. Velalage, Hasaranga Theekshana, the 3 spinners, the main spinners in the Sri Lankan team. Mantha Chamira and Asitha Fernando, the 2 seamers. Charita Salanga at the toss said 280. He'd like that score to defend. Mustafizur Rahman back for his second spell. A very good first spell. Your thoughts on that, Maha?
Bowled well. Came round the wicket straight away to the right-handers. Pathum and Kusal Mendis cut down the angle outside the off stump. Bowled wicket to wicket on the back of the length. Use all experience, Mustafiz. Since 2015, when it comes to the most wicket by fast bowlers, The two players from the subcontinent of the Asia in this top 5. One, Mustafizur. Second is Jasprit Bumrah. 175 wickets for Mustafizur Rahman. Shows the dominance with the ball, especially in the depth as well as in the middle overs, bowling those cutters into the pitch.
Your thoughts on the score, Maha?
I reckon 280. One of these players got to bat out till about the 45th over. There are a couple of things that Pink Tide may do just to change things up if they feel things aren't going according to the plan. Still to come, Janit Renegade, Velalage, as well as Vanidhu Hasaranga. That's batting deep into the lineup of Sri Lanka. But Janit Renegade is a player who plays the finisher's role. It takes a little while to settle down. So if these two batters bats through till about the next 10 overs, I don't mind just promoting Vanidhu Hasaranga, give him the license. Yes, he's not been in super form, but maybe the thinking pattern, the aggression can be shown with a promotion to Vanidhu Hasaranga and keep Janit Renegade to play the finisher's role. That's an option. But if these two continues, I don't see anything to be changed. But certainly they're thinking out of the box to get 280 on a pitch which is very good for batting. Sometimes can work in a series decider.
Hasaranga, feet up for the moment, staring at the sights around Pallekele. Since 2018 though, in ODIs at Pallekele, 9 times the team batting first has won. But on 7 occasions, 7 out of 9, they've defended a score above 290. 280, 250 plus, just the once, and only once has a team won scoring less than 250. If you're looking at history and looking at this pitch as well, you'd think Lanka need to get close to 300. That would all depend on how well this partnership goes. They probably need to turn things around or turn things around the corner into the gaps and start picking up the pace. Wonderfully played by Mendis.
I thought that was a slow delivery tried by Mustafizur. Yes, 140.1 kilometers per hour. Confirmation. Rolled his wrist over it beautifully. Kusal Mendis. Back of the length for Kusal Mendis when he's in form. That's almost like a freebie. Yeah, into the pitch. Field at deep square leg is quite fine, and the fine leg fielder is quite square, so the gap wasn't that big. But still managed to bisect the gap perfectly, Kusal.
Too good. 4 dot balls and back-to-back boundaries just spoils the over for Bangladesh. 128 for 3.
We should have left centuries ago.
It's okay. I'm with the AA.
Because the AA has more expert patrols in more places than anyone else, you'll be back on the road in no time. That's why millions of drivers choose the AA. Join today.
Well, quietly picking up the pace of Sri Lanka. Don't feel it because that's how well they're batting, especially Kusal Mendis.
First boundary, short, set up nicely. Put it away. Another a slow delivery. This occasion was too full. Ball is when it's too full. It has no place for the ball to grip to get the outside edge. Becomes a freebie. Still, the attack against Charita Sri Lanka with mid-on in the circle continues. It is beautifully done. With the turn, nice high elbow. Most importantly, at the last milliseconds, open the face of the blade to find the gap between extra cover and the mid-off.
No, I don't think he'll get that. Turned and bounced. They know how important this wicket is, and hence the discussion. Sri Lanka under pressure, he scores lots of runs. He has, in fact. But they're not asking, or rather asking for the review. That straightens. Yeah, missing leg for me.
Early indication where Jakar Ali ends up as a wicketkeeper. I thought Mehidy and Miraz was quite convinced that probably he'd be hitting the leg stump. But the wicketkeeper had other ideas, and I think it's quite sensible not to go upstairs.
Lovely hit, lovely hit. He's toying with the deep square leg fielder, who has moved very, very fine. But this time, he hits it hard and square.
Yeah, the short square leg fielder was almost to the fine leg area. LBW shout, pitching in line, impact in line. The bounce at Pallakele Stadium is undoing for the bowler. And the right next delivery. Yeah, it was straight. Charita Salanka made sure he met the ball at the right time and made sure he found the gap. Excellent shot. Not much risk. Definitely good result for Sri Lanka.
Good use of the feet. He's got the boundary. Now just keep rotating the strike.
Excellent by Charita Salanka. This is exactly where Kamindu Mendes got it wrong. Boundary, 3-dot deliveries, and the 4th delivery was dismissed. The other hand, Charita Salanka boundary, get a single. Hit run from the last 2 deliveries of the previous over. 5 runs from this over. All of a sudden, 6 runs per over has been achieved.
Again, the run rate now creeping up towards that 5 mark. 247 at this rate. They'll have to go at 7, 8 and over to get to that 280, 290 mark. 133 for 3. This partnership, 33 of 36. It's quietly gathering momentum. A barbecue amongst the mountains. I really like the way Kusal Mendes uses his body to create his angles, and creates very different areas to hit the ball. Sometimes he goes or takes the bat from down to up to hit it in the air. Now watch that back leg. It's all about transfer of weight and the base. Onto that front foot, then he drops the back leg, and he's pretty much playing a sweep shot. Just creating opportunities for himself by the way he uses his feet, his weight, and hence very difficult to bowl to. It's not all about the coaching manual, that front leg to the ball or deep in your crease.
Just to add one more thing, the head position was not shaking at all. It was very steady when it comes to making the impact, as well as on the initial movement. It was very steady, and players who are going through a bad patch, going through a lean period, you'll see the head position right the back or falling over to the offside. But for Kusal Mendes, who's been batting well since the test series, I think his head position was the key in that particular stroke.
Now we are not too far away from the 34th over. Playing conditions have changed. We have 2 balls that we use from either end. 4. Very clever. It was all about the angle and how Salanka used it.
Yeah, nicely done by Charita Salanka. Got enough bat. Pace on 131.8. Just helping on its way. Wide of the crease by Mustafizur. That's what he does against the left-handers. against a high-quality player like Charita Lanka on a good pitch in a fast outfield. Pay the price most of the time.
So at the end of the 34th over, the fielding team get the option of picking one ball to continue till the 50th. So the equation changes a wee bit, Maha, there, because it's a softer ball to hit. There can be a bit more wear and tear, and hence reverse swing can come in later. So the projections that we are used to over the last few years can be slightly different.
Yeah, definitely. And also in the first 2 ODIs, in the 4 innings. But we've seen with the visuals we have, the fielding captain opts for a ball is slightly newer than an older one. But that's something that baffles me a bit. Playing in the subcontinent, you rather pick up the older ball, which helps you to bit of reverse swing for the fast bowlers. Not so easy for the spinners, not so hard. Once the ball makes impact with the bat, the traveling distance won't be much. So it just all depends on the surface as well. But in this sort of a surface, which has a little bit of bounce and a bit of seam movement, as we saw when Tanzim Hasan Sakib was bowling, won't be a bad option to choose a slightly newer ball to see whether something is on offer for the fast bowlers.
Where is Shamim? Just the 5 bowlers used. Shamim bowled so well. I think his contribution with the ball helped. Oh, there's Shamim. We're talking about... oh, yes. Shamim, the off-spinner. Shamim Hossain Patwari. He helped Bangladesh manage those middle overs. I'm a little surprised that he's not been introduced yet. That's the end of the 28th, 138 for 3.
Well, there is a partnership for Sri Lanka to breathe a little bit easier because they lost 3 wickets with the score reaching 100, and that wasn't what they planned after they won the toss and decided to bat. Kusal Mendis has carried on from where he left off in that last game. All Sri Lankans would be hoping that he can convert these starts into something big. Sri Lanka missed out in that second game, gradually finding his feet here, 19 of 22. A rate of under 5 runs an over. Miraz from round the wicket with a packed offside field. Good evening, Ahmed.
Good evening, or should I say good afternoon. Oh, it's close to 5. Yeah, you can say evening. Good evening to all. Yeah, Kusal Mendis, like you suggested, that he has to eke out more. If he goes on to score 100 here, that will really help the cause of Sri Lanka in this important tie. And he's farming the gap. That's ominous for the Bangladeshi bowlers. When he gets going, Sri Lanka, very hard to stop him.
I'll tell you what, he's finding those gaps. He's hit 4 fours already, and he's sweeping outside the off stump, the slog sweep, but very, very effective. Look at that look on his face. He's surprised as well because he was bowling wide of the off stump. The plan is to bowl wide of the off stump and get him to play on the offside. But to his credit, I think Sri Lanka is clever. He's opening up that leg side area.
Yeah, the way these Bangladeshi spinners are bowled in this series, as a batter, you need to be innovative to be able to score at your will. You're hoping for a bad delivery. You'll have to wait for eternity. You, as a batsman, need to up the ante. A forward prod, one should say, and then met the ball very early to be able to place it in front of square. But that boundary effort has been spoiled after playing 2 dot deliveries. Should have aimed for a single.
Yes, sometimes you see that. It's the obvious thing. Where you score a boundary and then you want to start it with singles just to try and rotate the strike. But the bowler, if you look at this over, he's conceded a boundary, but 4 dots, he's come back very strongly. So Miraz will be pleased with his effort, despite conceding the boundary. And he finishes well. 5 dots, 142 for 3. And 29 overs completed. It's time for some drinks.
TNT Sports, powered by Canterbury. This weekend,
Who will run out victorious?
hold on tight.
We are go.
It's another doubleheader of bikes.
Oh my goodness, what drama!
MotoGP takes it to the limit at the Sachsen Ring in the Grand Prix of Germany.
This is racing as good as it gets.
And World Superbikes will be burning up Donington Park.
One of the most act championships. This could go down to the line. What a weekend!
It's all live on the new home of bikes, TNT Sports.
With the help of Zero accounting software, I've got the right information at my fingertips. So now I can take my business anywhere. Search Zero with an X!
Yep, that's my dad. You're probably wondering how he got here.
Hello, darling. Don't forget it's the bins on Tuesday.
Mum, wait. Have you got Airalo?
Airalo?
Yeah, it's an eSIM. This call will cost you a fortune.
It's okay. We are on the Wi-Fi.
Huh? No, we're not.
What?
The Harry's starter set. Get our trim and razor, shave gel and travel cover with 30% off and free delivery. Harry's. Feel good, fellas.
We should have left centuries ago.
It's okay. I'm with the AA.
Because the AA has more expert patrols in more places than anyone else, you'll be back on the road in no time. That's why millions of drivers choose the AA. Join today.
.142 for 3. Kusal Mendis has been the batter in form for Sri Lanka. 64 of 73. Is it 10 fours already?
He's held the helm quite nicely. He started off in a promising way and he has carried on. He's the one who's been finding the boundary frequently. At times, he did not require a bad delivery to score his runs. But needs to carry on. They've been disciplined. They haven't allowed Sri Lankan batters to run away with the game. They have made them work hard for their runs.
Well, Kusal Mendis has been in magnificent form, and talking about cricketers like that, that's where they come from. School cricket. Sri Lanka cricket has laid out an excellent platform, that is to develop school cricket, because there are so many young cricketers that have come through this system. They've given plenty of support in terms of material and infrastructure. And lots of cricketers, they do play at under 13, 15, 17 and 19. So school cricket is so important in Sri Lanka, and I can tell you that every player in this side has been a product of that system. And many more coming through as well.
Securing the future of Sri Lankan cricket. Have to keep on developing infrastructure, facilitate the players, and that augurs well for the future.
Quite a few Bangladeshi supporters have turned up, I must say. A lot of credit to them, not just supporters, quite a contingent from the media, quite a bit of them reporting on this tour. And of course, well, the fair share of Bangladesh and Sri Lanka supporters enjoying themselves together.
Yeah, this Bangladeshi tiger has really rolled in this series. Tanveer Islam, very impressive. Economical yet so threatening.
No, it's not good fielding. Allows the batter to get a single. But yeah, you're right. I thought that spell that Tanveer Islam had in that last game thoroughly deserved that man of the match award. The way he bowled well to both the left-handers and right-handers, and that's something, I believe that's a hallmark of a quality bowler.
Yeah, he deserved it. He got that, but I think the game was set up really nicely by Shamim and the captain. The way they bowled, they kept on ramping up the pressure on the batters, and then Tanveer excelled.
Just looking back at that game, Amir, I believe when wickets fell close to each other, Bangladesh spinners at both ends, give them credit. They built up dots, they just created so much of pressure. And the Sri Lankan batters, just, I felt, played right into their hands with their approach. And then eventually when wickets started to fall, it was thanks to some very good bowling by Tanveer, who created pressure. He found wicket-taking areas, wicket-taking deliveries, turn off the track.
And it takes me back to game number 1, where you and Maroof were having a discussion, and you were stating a claim about Chandimal to be in the middle order. And I think you made the right call. You need some experience in your middle order. That's where I think Lankan batting has been faltering. Openers not coming to the fore, leaving middle order under tremendous pressure, and they haven't got that experience to be able to deal with it day in and day out. Speak to the selectors.
That's not good fielding. That's poor cricket. Bangladesh could ill afford that. That will run away to the boundary. That's Taskin. Bangladesh needs that desperate kind of effort on the field to cut off every possible run. Half chances to be taken. This should have been stopped.
Yeah, one fell. The dive came in a bit early. Oh, well played by Sri Lanka. Delayed the stroke. Used the angle quite well. Opened the face of the bat at the last moment.
Dot to end the over. So at the 30 over mark, Sri Lanka 147 for 3. Well, at the current rate, 245, that is not enough. Sri Lanka knows that. This is a good surface, so they'll need close to that 300 mark to feel comfortable. So they need to go at, say, over 7 to 8 runs and over. But to do that, it's this partnership that needs to kick on. Kusal Mendes is promising 65. Asalanka 27. Tamim Hossain, what a spell he had in that last game. We spoke about it. He just came in, closed up one end by bowling those dots. Very, very economical.
Yeah, he's got a peculiar action, Tamim. It's hard to get used to it very quickly for the batters and hands. He creates problems. Yeah, it's a gauge. At the end of 30th over, if you're 147 for the loss of just 3 wickets, you can easily double it. So Sri Lanka has a very good chance to go beyond 280, and that should be competitive, taking into the account of the strength of the bowling lineup.
Yeah, they'll need that score. That's a minimum. 280 is a minimum in my opinion, because the surfaces look very good. The bowlers come onto the bat, haven't found anything unusual. Yeah, you were talking about that unusual action. That has a lot to do with that round armish action where he goes round the wicket, fires it in. Doesn't really go over the top as a spinner, but instead he looks to push it through quickly. Maybe slide it on a little bit, surprise the batter. This time it's 4. Yes, it is. For a moment I thought the mid-wicket fielder saw it. He didn't pick it up. The 50 partnership is up. The mid-wicket fielder did not pick it up. And the 150 is up as well.
Did not come from the middle of the bat. Kind of an inside edge. He was intending this ball to go over the head of the bowler. Lucky 4 runs for Asalanka.
Gone again. This is, I don't know whether there was a touch, but it's gone fine into the boundary. Yes, there has been a touch. For a moment I thought the angle just brushed the pads, but no, Asalanka just getting a fine tickle. They've got 9 of the first 4 deliveries.
Yeah, the intent shown by Asalanka with first couple of deliveries forced the bowler to change the line and also the pace. And rest was history. They held the ball on its way for another boundary of the over.
He goes round the wicket, looks to angle it in. So if you start outside the off stump, you'll angle it back into the left hand. But you start straight, you're going to go down the leg side and it becomes easy pickings. So it needs to be very accurate. You could see that. Look at that angle. From round the wicket, looking to bowl middle stump, it just angles down the leg side. 156 for 3.
It starts with an engineer providing access to thousands of Shell EV chargers, helping supply more than 20% of the UK's gas. Getting it from here to here. Investing in people and communities to build skills for the energy transition. Shell is helping power the UK, now and into the future.
For 3, those buildings have been manageable for Bangladesh. No skyscrapers yet, but if this pair manages to go on batting, expect a few skyscrapers going into the last, say, 5 to 10 overs. That's ideal if you're a Sri Lankan fan.
Both the batters are warming up to the job. They are. Bangladesh desperately need to break this partnership. Crowd has picked up.
Yes, Candy always does. Pallekele does towards the evening, and they generally turn up in their numbers. This is a good place to play cricket and watch cricket. I'm sure those empty areas will be covered very soon with spectators turning up. Nice use of the feet. down the ground. One bounce for 4.
Seems like he has warmed up now. Lanka, a couple of boundaries in the previous over, and this was on the cards. He was bound to jump out of the crease to the left armour and did it quite well. Positivity in his footwork and authenticity with the stroke making earned him another boundary.
Yep, 5 runs on the first 3. Sensible, very sensible. This is what you were talking about. You score a boundary and then you look to try and add value to it with those singles rather than playing dots. Sri Lanka has just played 1 dot, but they got 2 singles and a 4.
After getting a boundary and a single, you tell your partner, I've done my job. It's up to you now. And he has got into the act as well. Kusal Mendes swept it fine. What a fine result.
Well, it's that kind of a surface. You cannot be offline. You cannot err. This is outside the leg stump. And Kusal Mendes manages to control it because it was wide to the leg stump. Rather than going square, what he did well was he delayed the shot and played it fine in the gap. There was a short fine leg, but perfectly picked. Clever batting. 10 runs so far in the over.
Nice one.
Ten runs in that over, 166 for 3. Well, talking about skyscrapers, that is now emerging to be the top. It's just gone above the others, those tall buildings. That's the best over Sri Lanka has had so far in the innings. 166 for 3, the rate of scoring over 5 runs. Now, a point that I always believe is so important, the middle overs. When you play, those middle overs are absolutely critical, whether you're fielding or whether you're batting. So you would want to go in to the 40th over if you're a batting side. Sri Lanka goes again, this time only a single, with wickets in hand. Ideally with 2 set batters, at least 1. Now if you look at Sri Lanka's effort, in the first ODI, 192 for 6. They'd lost 6 wickets going into that. And the second one even worse, 174 for 8. So no wonder they struggled to come up with something substantial. And here goes another boundary. It's raining boundaries here. This is Kusal Mendes. Sri Lanka has already hit 27 fours. And Kusal Mendes doing it so well.
He's a different bowler in this game. Tamim Patwari. He was so economical and irritating for the batters. Wasn't giving them everything free to them, but here he's leaking boundaries. Not good. Yeah, when you talk about Sri Lanka losing too many wickets in the middle overs, the reason for that has been the openers not coming to the fore. 1. And then Kusal Mendes not playing a big hand, leaving a lot of pressure on the other batsmen who are trying to establish themselves at this level. So, I mean, they have to deal with this. It's a concern. Maybe bringing in Chandimal. You would love that. 172 for 3.
So 72 of 72, that's a very good rate that the Sri Lankans are scoring at. And this is a good partnership between Lanka and Kusal Mendis.
They have been busy. Lanka and Kusal Mendis. Boundaries were dried up due to some good bowling. But a bit of innovation from the left-hander. And captain of Sri Lanka has mounted the pressure on Bangladeshi bowlers. They are faltering now. This is the time for them to cash in. But these two batters.
So just to quickly complete what I was trying to say, Sri Lanka has a good chance of going into the 40th over if this partnership continues to have at least one set batter going into the last 10 overs, which is critical if you're looking at maximizing those last 10 overs. Going at 8 runs an over, maybe 9 runs an over. So you need a set batter to lead the way.
And that was the main reason why Sri Lanka was able to get to 244, because Lanka remained there till the end. Sri Lankan side during that first ODI. It wasn't the case in the second one. Wickets kept on tumbling hands. Bangladeshis were able to square the ODI series. All to play for her.
And having said that, Amir, also the surface in at Pallekele lends itself much better to batting. Ball is coming onto the bat, and batting has been far more easier. Conditions have been friendlier. Yes, at the Premadasa, there were a few questions always asked. The batters were never really looked in. At least the odd ball would get stuck in the pitch. Spinners would get the odd ball to turn.
You're right, this is such a true pitch. We haven't seen any ball deviating off the surface for the fast bowlers or the spinners. Well, this is the last ODI played at Pallekele, and after that we'll have the most popular format in subcontinent, T20, and 3 of them.
Yeah, you play this game at the first T20 in Pallekele. Expect a big crowd, I'll tell you. Already, I believe there is a mad rush for tickets there. And then we go to the Rangiridambulu Stadium for one game. And we return to Colombo to round off things. So yeah, the shortest format, the most popular, most sought after format in the modern game.
Oh, they love it. They do. And how many tickets have you bought already, Roshan? Oh, this is good. Very good. He loves them there. Anything back of the length is very square on those deliveries. Kusal Mendis.
I don't think the fielder had a chance, because once it hit that turf, it bounced so quickly. The fielder had to have his body behind it. Just look at that. No chance. Absolutely no chance. It was the angle, and it just rushed.
You know, usually when you're looking to pull the ball, you have to meet the ball at arm's length. Here, he just used that short arm jab and roll of the wrist. Incredible. Again. The first one, backward of square. The other one, in front of square. He's turning it on. Kusal Mendis. It's 182 for 3.
Did we?
Yes, we did.
Professional monitoring?
Activated. This summer, leave your worries behind. Protect what matters to you with Simply Safe Home Security. Systems start from under £200 with a professional monitoring plan. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Well, the last 30 balls, 40 runs, and the last 4 overs, 35 runs.
Yeah, plenty of boundaries scored. And both the batters are matching the ambience. We saw Lanka getting quite a few boundaries against spinners. And the moment faster bowler was introduced, Kusal told himself, it's my turn to find the boundaries. Did it quite well in the previous over.
Well, he's just toying with the bowling. The first boundary hit was behind square leg, the next one in front of square. Right, so this is the new rule that happens. It's a new ball that gets selected that will go on for the next 16 overs. So it will be one ball and not two balls from either end. So the captain has to make that decision as to which ball he picks. Haven't really seen the captain paying much attention to that.
Well, as this rule is going to evolve, then the captains there will pick the ball with the right thinking. You know, if you want to bowl with the spinners, you need a softer ball. That it shouldn't fly. But at the moment, the ball is flying for the Sri Lankan batters. They've been very consistent in finding boundaries.
Well, that's not the one they're playing with or discarded. That's mounted. And it looks quite good.
Well, the scene looked quite real, didn't it? Somebody must have hit a big 6 that is stuck there.
Yeah, and look at the size of the ball. Runs here, couple.
Yeah, but the run rate has picked up. It's jumped to 5.37 now. Mohammad Hossain.
And I didn't realize all the time the focus was so much on Kusal Mendis, who's 86 of 86. Charita Salanka has quietly closed in on another half century, 46 of 50. Doesn't get noticed too much when Kusal Mendis is in this mood.
Yeah, he's been going about the job quite quietly. Doesn't make a lot of noise. But Kusal Mendis is making a lot of noise with the bat. It's 189 for 3.
Top-class batting has really pulled it back for Sri Lanka. 89 runs partnership. Lanka and Kusal Mendis turned the tide. They are in control now, really picking their shots, picking their spots, and giving a lot of trouble to the Bangladeshi bowlers. Looking very, very ominous. Bangladesh desperately in search of a wicket here. It's been a different ball game altogether compared to the second ODI, when Bangladeshi spinners in particular had tied the batters in knots and hardly gave them any opportunities. But today it's been a different ball game altogether. These two have really asserted their authority, and the Bangladeshis are under pressure now in the field. Afternoon, Maha.
Afternoon, Shamim. Yeah, well in control. 89 of 85 deliveries. It's a bit of turn, allocation. And in this innings, what stands out for me is that absolutely not a single maximum so far. 29 boundaries. It's 116 runs out of 190, which includes 119 dot deliveries. Something that Sri Lanka may rule later is the number of dot deliveries. On a good surface, this is nothing to do with the surface, but just the batsman's mindset and some good bowling in the middle overs as well as in the power play. But certainly with another 88 deliveries more, Shamim, I think even a 300, if these two batters continues in the next 10 overs, is a possibility, because this is a high-scoring pitch as well as a stadium when it comes to death overs.
Well, if they're going to go and reach the 300 mark, obviously these two, one of these two have got to stay till the end. Will be Kusal Mendes 11 shy of a century, 3 runs shy Sri Lanka from a half century. Oh, it's easy for him to back away, but this time there is cover in the deep. Just a single. I see your point, but you've got to give credit to the Bangladeshis in the early part, the first half of the match, where they managed to not allow the freedom to the Sri Lankan batters. But once they got settled in, the way they've turned it around in the last 15-20 overs has been exemplary.
Both the batters nearing a milestone, Shamim. Kusal with the 100, Charita Sri Lanka with the 50. Best time for Mehidy and Miraz, as the batters probably not will take any risk, play the ball on its merit. They squeeze in some more dot deliveries. Also for courses, game plan slightly changes, and once these two batters, if they get to the milestone, they'll probably tee off, and that will be an opportunity.
Yeah, well, that's the dot you're talking about. Finished the over, 193 for 3.
At Mattress Man, we know we all sleep differently. You could say we really know our stuff. You tell us all about your sleep and we guide you softly to the right mattress. Through top brands like Silent Night and Arthur, you find the right one for your pocket. We deliver it for free and you try it for 60 nights. And now, with 15% off all our mattresses, trust Mattress Man to find your perfect sleep. Go to mattressman.co.uk.
You were mentioning the dot balls, 120 of them. Ready. In 20 overs, that's quite a significant number, with no sixes in an ODI in the 37th over. Big surprise. Kept low. That is struck delightfully. The manner, despite the fact that a little bit of a low bounce, he adjusted so very well and thrashed it away back with a point.
They almost played off Jafar Ali's gloves. Played it so late. That was quick by Tanvir Islam. Almost 90 kilometers per hour. And this is what Kusal Mendes have done right throughout this series. Finding gaps for perfection.
The boundary of the first ball immediately puts the pressure on Tanvir Islam. Comes back with a better delivery. Easy to tuck it away. Hasn't been that uncertainty of the wicket. Batters being able to trust the pace and bounce of the wicket. So batting much easier.
This is wonderful conditions for batting, that's for sure. Pitch is keeping up to the reputation, being one of the best, or if not the best, stadium for batting in Sri Lanka. Lightning fast outfield. The pitch is any batsman's dream to bat on. UJPL But the wicket-keeper had absolutely no interest.
And he was moving down to the left side. You could see he was following the ball, understandably. The little things that encourage the bowlers, just beating the bat. It's a bit of a moral victory. Again, easy enough to roll the wrists, handle the single.
Yeah, nearing his milestone, Charita Lanka, so hence not taking any risk playing with the turn against the left arm spinner. A couple of deliveries before. Yeah, the height, the line, certainly against the bowler. And the wicket-keeper's reaction, he did not even respond. He was after the ball.
Kusal Mendes is going to take it easy. Just 5 shy of another milestone. Tanvir just coming to the end of his quarter of 10 overs. Been a little expensive. He's taken a good wicket. Oh, Billy! Oh, goodness! Did he get an edge? I don't think he had, but he finishes the over well and his spell. 199 for 3.
This weekend,
Who will run out victorious?
hold on tight.
We are go!
It's another doubleheader of bikes.
Oh my goodness, what drama!
MotoGP takes it to the limit at the Sachsen Ring in the Grand Prix of Germany.
This is racing as good as it gets.
And World Superbikes will be burning up Donington Park.
One of the most epic championships. This could go down to the line. What a weekend.
It's all live on the new home of bikes, TNT Sports.
Manager Mahinda Halangoda in the middle. Jian Mubarak, deputy analyst / coach. Wanidhu Hassaranga in his playing kit, but not parade yet. So, and that's an indication that Sri Lanka will go on with the same batting lineup that just tried out in the last game. With Janit Linagi at 6, Lalagi at 7.
Thinking of a run there, but not getting it. The last ball of the previous over, there's a little bit of drift. And turn, not gathered cleanly by Jagger Ali, even at the last attempt trying to whip off the bails. Asalanka leans away, thinks of a run.
A couple of deliveries have turned now. That was beautifully bowled, Tanvir Islam, the last ball of his spell. Clearly missing the outside edge, but nicely done by Tanvir Islam, who's expensive, but has bowled well.
Well, 3 milestones may be completed by 1 run. Sri Lanka on 199, Asalanka on 49, the partnership on 99 of 99. How often those figures appear together?
You're trying to jinx it, Shamim Chowdhury.
Not trying to jinx it at all, just giving you the figures. There you see, he gets a single, and all the scores tick over. That is very, very well done. Jasuri appreciates that. So do the support staff and his partners.
Brings up Charita Lanka's 50, 100 partnership between Mendes and Asalanka, and the 200 for Sri Lanka, as you said, Shamim. 16th half century for Charita Lanka. Third against Bangladesh, and he certainly likes playing against Bangladesh, as he has 200s as well in his career. Now you probably see, after getting to his milestone, a different ball game from Charita Lanka, trying to tee off.
Well, Kusal Mendes will go on his merry way, and he's going to sweep that so confidently. He's done that over and over in this innings, and he races to 1 shy of a century.
Well controlled, and he's been playing with the deep square leg fielder and deep mid-wicket fielder right throughout these innings. Picture perfect sweep shot, and perfectly timed and place shot. Right in the gap, no stopping that. Just a run away.
199. There he goes, 100 for Kusal Mendes. What a masterly innings. Was difficult early on, but he has done mastercraft at the end of that 38th over. We'll come back to that. Good innings from him. It's 205 for 3. The right numbers appearing on the board for Sri Lanka. 100 for Kusal Mendes. Charitasa Lanka on 50. Looking very ominous. This partnership of 105 of 102.
600 in his career, 5th at home. And this was nicely done. Right throughout this Bangladesh tour of Sri Lanka, he's been in red hot form. Never seen Sanat Jayasuriya smile this wide ever since he started coaching. Appreciated by the Sri Lankan side. Best stat about all of these, when Kusal Mendes scores 100 at home, Sri Lanka never lost. But that's something I'm pretty sure Jan Mubarak, the computer analyst, would have sent that out message to the dugout. The only time Sri Lanka did lose, that it could have been closer, did lose after scoring 100 was in the World Cup 2023 in India at Hyderabad against Pakistan. But certainly a key player performing in a very, very important game for Sri Lanka.
And you can see how he enjoyed it. He knew he had to really fight for it early. And his captain and partner really coming across and saying, well done, but we've got to keep on going. About 12 overs after this, Sri Lanka looking to pile on the runs. Taskin Ahmed will be under pressure. Oh, tries to bowl the wideish Yorker. Sensible delivery to bowl at this point in time.
Yeah, certainly. I think Charitasa Lanka, after reaching the milestone, anything in his arc which is middle stump on a good lane, he's going to start target the deep mid-wicket area. And Taskin Ahmed, he has played so much cricket against Charitasa Lanka, he'll probably know that's his arc. So best line to bowl and best length to bowl full just outside the yaw stump. If you miss it, probably end up in the grass banks.
Well, nothing's ended up over the top in the grassy banks yet. Waiting for the first 6.
A captain's knock. But since he walked in, he looked very busy. Reversing the singles, played the fast bowlers really well, used the angles pretty well as well. Not a single 6, that's quite different Charitasa Lanka as we've seen in the past. He likes to go aerial. That occasion he did, but did not time it well down the ground. Certainly a captain's knock, just what the Sri Lankan side wanted, a serious decider.
Now you're going to see more shots flying like that. That's too easy. Short, just drifting down leg. All he had to do is help the ball on its way to the boundary.
I'll try and explain why Taskin Ahmed is reluctant to pitch it full, Shamim. Since mid-off in the circle, he cannot pitch it full and miss the Yorker against the Centurion, and now he's dragging back the length and playing into Kusal Mendes' hands. He loves this stroke, and especially when you have fine leg in the circle, it becomes almost a freebie. Tough task for the fast bowlers, especially before the 40th over. Only 4 fielders are allowed outside.
He tries to bowl the Yorker. Makes it into a low full toss. Fielder coming around. And just the 2 runs. It's been a brilliant 100. He started off quite attackingly and then settled down in the middle period when there were wickets falling and the fielding was good from Bangladesh. But once he got into his rhythm, there's no stopping him. Shots forward of square, backward of square, all around the ground.
High quality knock from a high quality player in a pressure game. Well in control, hardly a foot been put in wrong side by Kusal Mendes. 107 of 98 deliveries with less risk shows the area of strokes he has in his repertoire. A single to end the 39th over, 214 for 3.
143 was his highest in the bowler versus New Zealand, versus Pakistan. West Indies, he's got 100s. He's got his second against Bangladesh here at Pallekele, and he's looking to go big. He's looking very dangerous, very much in sync with the requirements, and tremendous pressure on the Bangladeshi bowlers.
Good back and wheel. Very strong towards mid-wicket, mid-off. Those are the areas Kusal Mendes loves it in his intro song. Appreciating the Pallekele crowd, which never disappoints. Though it's a T20 or a ODI, always turns up to support the home side. Probably sure come evening, probably by 6 o'clock, now the offices are closing down. The crowd will be much more, hoping that Sri Lanka will finish this series 2-1.
So many pretty grounds all around Sri Lanka, all the way from Galle to the SSC to the Premadasa. Now here, Pallekele, Kandy, distant hills, all very pretty. Mustafizur Rahman, gone for 24. Been a little tardy. Started off reasonably well, tight bowling early on, but then a little all over the place, allowing the batters to take charge. Again, drift down leg, got away with that one.
And something very noticeable in this game, Mustafizur against the right-handers loves to bowl over the wicket only. That's a tactical move. Probably in the team meetings they would have spoken about. The Marvel rear looking pleasant, peaceful. It's been very hot lately, not only in Colombo, Shamim, but in Galle, Kandy as well.
Mustafizur Rahman reverting back to over the wicket for the left-hander, Lanka. Oh, that was definitely much slower. Kept below the bat.
As a batter, probably Lanka knew what was coming. Slow ball into the pitch, third man, mid-off, all in the circle. It was not going to be full. But the way Mustafizur Rahman disguised the slow ball, just hits the pitch and just died down. It's never easy for the batter when the ball dies down with less or lack of pace. You know what's coming, but still very hard to put away, even for a batter who has scored 50 runs.
Oh, no, that slipped through his fingers, I'm sure. Trying to roll his fingers over, almost made it into a full toss. Maybe he was trying for the Yorker, not quite coming off.
That had the potential of being the first maximum of the innings into the grass banks. How on earth Lanka missed out?
Surprised him. Previous delivery was 113, this was 128. Bit of a rush. There you go. That's the surprise. That's the reason why he couldn't latch on. Now coming around once again. Again, the angle not being properly used. This is the ploy that Mustafiz has used today in particular, even bowling to the right-hander coming around. He hasn't been really able to bowl his cutters to the right-handed batters, essentially trying to curtail rather than take wickets, and coming around the wicket and hoping that the batters don't get that space to bat. Back and forth with the left-right combination is over the wicket now. Little guide away, delicately done. What could be better? Don't have to hit the ball hard. All you got to do is use the pace. Lovely deft touch and lovely boundary.
That's the risk you take when you have fine leg third man both in the circle, not bowling stumps to stumps. Though it was a slow delivery, it was skidding off the pitch. And Lanka has been eyeing the deep wicket fielder like a hawk, sees the opportunity to get through the cow point and the third man fielders in the 30 yard, does it perfectly, using the pace, and deliberately opening the face of the bat to bring up a boundary which has only 7 runs and make it 8 runs. Otherwise, Imon to field at cow point. Nevertheless, under the circumstances, a decent over by Mustafizur. 222 for 3.
You can see the distinct change in gears halfway through. After 25, it's been more consistent, high-scoring overs. Double Nelsons now on the board for 3. Just the perfect position to be in to go for the big hits.
Eyeing the deep mid-wicket fielder, Charita Lanka is just peeping towards deep mid-wicket and realizes no one's there. Watch out.
Oh, that's a good ball, but possibly going down leg. I think he might just ponder a review. Bangladesh will be interested that the captain is asking the keeper, running out of time. He looks up and takes it.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. Non-field decision is not out. I have checked the feed. It's a fair delivery. Can we start with front on, please? Yeah, appears to be bat involved. Can I confirm with ultras, please? Just keep rolling. Yeah. There is a spike and ball next to the bat and deflection as well. Pali, stay with your original decision, not out. Stand by. You're on screen. Please signal.
Good decision. Very good decision by Loudon Palekar. One of the most consistent in the world. And looking at Taskin Ahmed and Jakar Ali, both as soon as the ball wraps the pads, they were quite convinced. Nevertheless, a massive inside edge. But a good delivery by Taskin. He realizes best thing to bowl, or best delivery to bowl to Charita Lanka is nice and full, or probably just outside the off stump, was eyeing and lining up the bowler towards mid-wicket.
Yeah, there hasn't been much to encourage the bowlers in the recent past. And he's striving for that Yorker once again. Maybe 6 inches too much longer, allows that low full toss to be played down the ground.
Nice and full again by Taskin Ahmed. When in doubt, go full, as they say for fast bowlers in their overs. Probably tailed in a little bit towards the right-hander. That was the inside edge of Charita Lanka. Is covering the stumps. That's one area. Mid-wicket long on. Anything outside the off stump, going over mid-off is a very good option also.
There he goes. Now it's up in there, swirling. There's a fielder coming underneath that one. And he's going to gobble it up. It's the captain. A full toss gets the wicket for this young man who's really worked hard. And the Bangladesh supporters can smile a bit now.
And twice in 2 overs, Charita Lanka misses on a full toss. Last over against Mustafizur, just a single. And this occasion, no power at all. Went so high. Mehidy and Miraz had so much time backpedaling. Taskin Ahmed knows what a big wicket that was. Skipper, Sri Lanka goes for 58. Sri Lanka 224 for 4.
TNT Sports, powered by Canterbury.
So you want the confidence to hit that high note. Here's how. Get the Harry starter set. Get our trim and razor, shave gel and travel cover with 30% off and free delivery. With our razor, even your 8th shave will be as smooth as your first. Its 5 German-engineered blades are our sharpest yet. Now with your newfound confidence, that high note is for the taking. Harry's. Feel good, fellas.
TNT Sports, powered by Canterbury.
Jonathan Lianage, the new batter in, and is in the middle because a wicket has fallen of the captain. 82.25, his strike rate, that will be important. He's got 105 50s, no mug with the bat, that's for sure.
100 against Bangladesh in Chattogram. 78 was his contribution in the last game. Almost took Sri Lankan side home on a tough pitch and a good run chase. He's certainly been given the responsibility of being the finisher of this side. 78 of 85 to be exact in the last game.
Yeah, this is the wicket. This is against the run of play. Just a full toss, could have put it away anywhere, not quite getting it properly souped up in the air, and this simple catch for Mehidy Hasan Miraz, who just waited for it to land on his lap. An appreciation from the coach for a good innings. Gave Sri Lanka a lot of hope. That partnership brought them to a position of comfort in this deciding one-day international of the series. Again, a full toss. Somehow feel it's quite deliberate, getting to hit him on the thumb.
I think it just hit the splice of the bat, and the impact, the vibration was an issue for Kusal Mendes. On the part of Sri Lanka, they'd be quite happy that Janit Trinage scored some runs, and he can, from the word go, he can time the ball. Certainly the vibration making Kusal Mendes uncomfortable in his fingers, probably cramping up as well. Barrett for 103 deliveries, a long innings. It's not the most pleasant Pallakele weather, but certainly a testing one. Very good over comes to an end for Bangladesh, 225 for 4.
That important wicket of Charita Salanka has given some hope for the Bangladeshis to restrain Sri Lanka. They're really on the move when the partnership between Asalanka and Mohammad Mendes was going strong. But now maybe with the fall of wicket, Bangladesh will be hoping that they can get 2 in quick succession. The Sri Lankan supporters here gathering in numbers, enjoying the music and enjoying the cricket in the middle from their players.
What's cricket in Sri Lanka without music? Papara band is blazing away. That's where naturally you shake the body. Down the leg side, straight away. Mustafizur against Janit Trinage is opting to bowl over the wicket. Kusal Mendes right throughout these innings, he's been opting to go round the wicket. The first ball he bowled over the wicket was a wide. And straight away he realizes his rhythm today, on the particular day, is to bowl round the wicket. And now he changes ends and changes tactics, coming round the wicket to Janit as well.
Yeah, intent on control, not trying to give away too many runs. It's been a drastic change in the attitude that Mustafizur Rahman has bowled, realizing that maybe this wicket is not there for his cutters. Right from the word go, deciding to come and bowl to the right-handed batters in particular around the wicket.
Projected score at the moment, same run rate, 275, 7 runs per over, 285. I think Sri Lanka will be unhappy if it's between not 285.
This wants a change in the field, wants the fine leg to go to the boundary. Taskin Ahmed going across. Get 5 outside the 30-yard circle in the last 10. And good delivery. You see, just slowed it down, but the length not quite there to go for an attacking stroke.
Trademark Mustafizur when it comes to his slow ball. Subtle wrist, just works it and really gives it a rip. And dismissed Janitrin again in the last game. Probably the wicket-taking game when it came to the situation. Slight breeze blowing across the field. Probably the comfort level of the players quite somewhat reasonable comparing Colombo. Should be a couple of runs easy for Janitrin again.
And that's the way to rebuild the innings. Now that you've lost one of the partners with whom you're going strong, got a new partner in, got to adjust to each other, read each other well, calling should be good. And suddenly with that fall of wicket, Bangladesh will be rejuvenated. And understandably, they'll do better with the ball. The fielders hopefully will have the spring in their steps, which they had early on in the innings. Maybe get another wicket quickly. Very late on that, as the ball was just dying away and also moving away from him.
Tanvir Islam has bowled out his 10 overs. Miraz has bowled 8. Shamim has bowled 2. That's 20 overs. Looks like Taskin as well as Tanzim along with Mustafizur got to bowl out. Taskin got a couple of overs. Probably will keep it to the death overs. Tanzim, Hasan, Sakib probably will bowl from the other end now. And Mustafizur and Taskin probably will have to finish off. And to make sure fast bowlers does bowl than the spinners, because since two right-handers at the middle.
Yeah, in a little bit of an uncomfortable position there. You can see that nod in the head, acknowledging that slow delivery, but this has been good so far from Mustafizur Rahman. Floodlights coming on here.
That's one weak point of Janitrin again. When it's straight down the line, he struggles initially to work it across towards leg side. Sometimes the head falls over. That's where I think the Bangladeshi side have done their homework, but not attacking outside the off stump and try and attack in middle or middle and leg stumpish.
Waits on that one and little tuck away. Still quite a decent over. It's 231 for 4.
So you want the confidence to hit that high note. Here's how. Get the Harry starter set. Get our trim and razor, shave gel and travel cover with 30% off and free delivery. With our razor, even your 8th shave will be as smooth as your first. Its 5 German-engineered blades are our sharpest yet. Now with your newfound confidence, that high note is there for the taking. Harry's. Feel good, fellas.
Sri Lanka well on track to get that number 275, but with 6 wickets in hand, yeah, you're eyeing more that 300, 290, 300. They'll be happy with that. It's been good here in Pallekele. Clear skies and the mountains in the background, the greenery. And now, the cricket also living up to expectations. It was a pressure game for Sri Lanka coming into this, because they haven't lost a series here in a few years. The last 10, they won 10 out of the last 12. Bangladesh have never won a series in Sri Lanka, and hence, at the back of their minds, that causes a bit of doubt, Roshan.
Yeah, that's right, Russell. But having said that, I think Sri Lanka will be disappointed if they don't get close to that 300 mark coming from here. 231 for 4. And also I feel that Janit again needs to be a little bit smart here. He needs to understand that Kusal Mendis is on a roll and needs to have the strike a little bit more.
Yeah, with just over 7 overs to go, you've got to get off strike. And you mentioned being smart from here on, but Sri Lanka have been very smart throughout this innings, especially Kusal Mendis. If I compare his innings, the quick 50 he made in the second ODI to this, there haven't been any risks taken today. It's been controlled batting. Lots of singles along with Lanka. And I can't think of a chance that he's given. It's been that kind of day where the batters have controlled matters and got themselves a good platform to get that dominant score. Bangladesh, for their part, they haven't been clumsy either. They've been pretty disciplined and hung in there, trying to stay with Sri Lanka. Very good over from the captain, just the 2 singles, 233 for 4. That big partnership in power play too has made sure that the rate was healthy. The last 10 overs now, that's power play 3. Mind you, there's only 1 ball now. At 34th over, you decide and you pick 1 ball, which ends up being slightly softer, maybe more wear and tear. Could be harder to hit. Tamim's back. Oh, this could be tight. Now he's covered it well, Kusal Mendis. Yeah, so going back to how the two teams have played, 280, 290 has been chased down successfully, Roshan. On many occasions, sorry.
Yeah, and also let's not forget, this is a good surface, Russell, and Bangladesh will be telling themselves, now if they can bowl these last few overs with, shall we say, giving singles, not boundaries, they would have done well, because that's the whole idea. See, this is what happened 2 balls ago, and this was a good effort by the bowler, but still, you could see the desperation on the part of the Sri Lankan batters. They need those runs. They need to maintain the momentum.
Gee, he uses his body well. Kusal Mendis. All round the wicket, but why he's hard to bowl to is because the way he creates his length. And there are many shots that he plays. Oh, he's hit it well. That's timed ever so well. It's about that back leg that he bends, transfers his weight, and a good length delivery. He plays the shorthand jab. Gets into that position, then the back leg drops. So he's now created a wonderful position to play the cross bat shot. Not many of the other players use that back leg in such a manner. They're either pulling the front leg back or trying to get further up. So this is a length that I've seen him play so well, and look to different parts of the ground, just because he manages that back leg so well. Now if he wants to go for a big one, he goes, takes the bat from down to up and carves it through. Really good, Janit Linagay. Put your head down. Get Mendis on strike. 241 for 4. Very good partnership between Lanka and Kusal Mendis. I mentioned Bangladesh bowled well. Not getting anything. Then Taskin shows up and bowls a full toss. And he gets a wicket. Bowl a few more loose ones and see where they go. Mehidy Hasan Miraz, his last over, he's bowled well. Now, does Shamim need to bowl? That's my question. Looking at options available, Taskin's got 2. Mustafizur has 2. Tanzim's got 4. So he can go to his main seamers after this over. I just got the impression because Miraz got through that over for 2, maybe take the pace off from the other end, which didn't actually work. He's got his options there. I reckon go to Mustafizur and Taskin to finish off.
Couple of runs here. He'll be happy with 1. I think Mustafiz is a no-brainer. He needs to bowl there, and Taskin needs to bowl there as well.
Good to see Phil Simmons back. Not around for the second ODI. A routine medical checkup. Very important at our age. To make sure you're on top of things and pay attention to good health, your fitness. Completed that and he's back. He's got that in the gap. That'll skip away.
Yeah, welcome boundary. Welcome boundary for Sri Lanka. In fact, it took some time coming. First after 28 balls, but it was welcome. Bangladesh was doing well. Yeah, that's the one that he looks to undercut. Kusal Mendes, in any case, was aiming mid-wicket and gets the boundary.
Maybe he should have played the square cut for the undercut. There we go, the use of that back leg. It's a length that a lot of others just lunge at, that he's able to pick up. A couple of balls ago, he comes, he's not quite there. But he still goes with it. Must be seeing that ball like a football, though, out there for quite a while. It's been a very controlled innings. An innings that Sri Lanka needed, especially when they find themselves under pressure. I also think, oh dear, yes, he's gone. I would think he stepped on his stumps. Johnny Tlienege going deep in the crease. He doesn't wait for the umpire. He's walking off. He knows that he stepped on the stumps.
How unfortunate can that be? Just stepping on his stumps when the ball never challenged him. This goes quite deep. Just I think it's his left leg looking to work it away on the onside. Yup, at that point, yes, just treads on the base.
Yeah, he looks back while trying to take off for the single. Johnny Tlienege 12 today, 249 for 5.
Hey, look at our Simply Safe home security system.
Let's install it.
We need another camera.
What for?
They're collectibles. What?
Naim got a camera each.
Yay!
Systems start from under £200 when you buy a professional monitoring plan. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
$249 for 5. How unfortunate. Johnny Tlienege trying to work that into the gap. Here's Dunit Wellalage. I'm a bit surprised with Wellalage coming at this stage when you have one into Hasaranga and an ideal time to come in and tonk the ball. Jakar Ali has no idea what's happened here, but the sheepish look from Tlienege, there you go, he knows, he stepped on it.
Yeah, I think he realized when he knocked on those stumps, he straight away knew. But last 5 overs, 30 legal deliveries. How much can Sri Lanka get? And still, they're persisting with Shamim.
So Roshan, that's the first time someone's been out hit wicket in Pallekele. And the 7th time is Sri Lankan. He's got hit wicket. I think I remember Roy Dias. Probably was the first when his helmet fell onto the stumps.
I watched that game. I remember. That was, I think, that was the tour Sri Lanka played their first test match.
John Lever, the bowler long years ago. Roshan, you were around, huh?
I was. And that was the time that Roy was not wearing that strap.
In the gap. That's so unlucky. But Tamim bowled that a lot quicker and hence flies away.
Well, the point you made about bowling him at this stage continues to baffle me a little bit. Now, this is over number 46. We still got 2 overs left by Mustafizur. That's the boundary in the gap. So, at some stage, the skipper needs to bring him back.
His hand came off the bat as well, not in control at all. That's all he needs to do. Actually, it's Danny Klinage is the 8th Sri Lankan to be out hit wicket. Now, Roy Dias was that a one-day or a test match? Roy Dias in 1982 at the SSC. Oh dear. Tamim gets to it. He holds on. Well, what do you know, Roshan? Mehidy Hasan Miraz keeps him on, and they get Kusal Mendis at a vital time.
Outstanding catch, and yes, we know nothing. The captain seemed to know everything here. And Kusal Mendis walks back, and Bangladesh makes the breakthrough at a very important stage. But you need to watch this catch because it was never easy. Believe me, with the ball falling over your shoulder as you run back, this is never easy. Brilliantly done.
Oh yes, he wanted it. He really did, and that's why he was able to get there. Crucial blow. Now this could be the difference between 300 and maybe even 280. Kusal Mendis has batted brilliantly. Really, really good knock from Sri Lanka's wicketkeeper. 124 of 114, 255 for 6.
TNT Sports, powered by Canterbury.
Hey, look at our Simply Safe home security system.
Let's install it.
We need a little camera.
What for?
They're collectibles. What?
Naim got a camera each.
Yay!
Systems start from under £200 when you buy a professional monitoring plan. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
TNT Sports, powered by Canterbury.
That's where a lot of the Sri Lankan cricketers, or most actually, begin their careers, begin their foundation and learnings. 256 for 6. Well, Lalage and Hasaranga new at the crease. The wicket delivery. Yes, he did something different. He flicks it out and it skids on to Kusal Mendis. Taskin Ahmed starts with a shorter one. Tunitwell Lalage for his cricketing foundation at St. Sebastian's College, Roshan.
Well, that ball stayed down. It didn't arrive. This is a good catch. And bowlers seem to do different things with their grips and releases. Yeah, I think he had a good foundation, but he ended up in a good finishing school. And that's where he is with that finishing school. You need a good finishing school as much as you need a good foundation, Russell.
Standing ovation for Kusal Mendis. Since the fielding team decided on which ball they were going to use, that's at the end of the 34th over. The first 6 overs, Sri Lanka scored 40, so that's almost at 7 runs and over. But since the 40th over, when you're allowed that extra fielder outside the circle, Sri Lanka's rate has dropped to 5. And they've lost wickets as well. So it's become a lot harder. So as you go on, you're going to have to learn to face those passage of play differently. He wants to. That's good work. Real good work in the deep.
So you talk about the last 10 overs, you talk about set batters coming in, but this is a new phase in cricket. Now it's a new. The playing conditions have changed. It's a single ball and not balls used from either end. So it may take a little bit of time to assess how the ball that is being used is going to create an impact on the rate of scoring and wickets. So it's very early days at the moment.
21 balls remaining in the innings. Lanka at the toss said he'll be happy with 280. Very good, really good from Taskin. Got to use whatever option you have available at this stage. Now, Roshan, a question to you. Take out your thinking hat. Now, Shamim got a wicket from the other end. You're going to give him the flick? Mustafizur has to.
I will give him the flick. I'll bring Mustafiz back. You need Mustafiz back. He's the specialist. Shamim has done you a massive favour, got a wicket, and it's time now to bring in the established man. I think it's no-brainer. Mustafiz needs to come back. He's got 2 overs left, and he's generally very good in the depth with his cutters and pace-off deliveries.
Mid-off, mid-on in the circle. That's Apesh, that's Apesh. They're getting underneath it. Another good catch. Again, it's Shamim. Had to run backwards, looking over the shoulder, and he takes it nicely.
This is a really good face for Bangladesh. Really good face. That ball short and bouncing as well. Velalage was charging. And very good catch. Again, an excellent catch. And Bangladesh will be very pleased with 259 for 7. At one stage, Sri Lanka looked like taking it away, but now wickets falling. Velalage goes for 6. Sri Lanka, 1 ball to go in the over. 259 for 7.
TNT Sports, powered by Canterbury.
At Mattress Man, we know we all sleep differently. You could say we really know our stuff. You tell us all about your sleep and we guide you softly to the right mattress. Through top brands like Silent Night and Arthur, you find the right one for your pocket. We deliver it for free and you try it for 60 nights. And now, with 15% off all our mattresses, trust Mattress Man to find your perfect sleep. Go to mattressman.co.uk.
TNT Sports, powered by Canterbury.
Dusmantha Chamira ahead of Mahesh Theekshana today. 6:18 p.m. is the time that Bangladesh need to start the 50th over. It's 6:07 p.m. I think they're on track today. Oh, wonderful over, wicket and just the 3 runs. 259 for 7. Four wickets Bangladesh have picked up. for the addition of 35 runs. All crucial wickets. Wicket of Mendes, the wicket of Lanka. That's where you pulled Sri Lanka back. Yeah, Shamim given the flick, even though he picked up a wicket in his last over. Here's Mustafizur. Probably just the one. Oh, he wants to. Not in the right place, Mustafizur, and I think he's got a cramp as well for his troubles.
Certainly clever running, I must say. There was some danger with Dushmanta Chamir running to the danger end, but every run matters. I hope he's all right. Really rushing that first run, but there was some hesitancy here. Hasaranga wanted it. Not sure that Chamira was on, but then he went on with it.
Mustafizur had time to get behind the stumps. Probably the throw was a little too wide to affect the run out. But in the process, the cramp. Well, I don't know about this option because with mid-off and mid-on brought into the circle, Taskin was going to be bowling short. So should he have looked to play off the back foot? But he's definitely trying to clear mid-off and mid-on. Ends up slicing it.
Yeah, I think the execution, that's very clear. You're right, with mid-off, mid-on inside the circle, except back of a length. So you would ideally be looking to go square. And given the width, maybe, with Belalage so good square of the wicket, he should have been looking to pick point. But that looked a premeditated shot. That was the problem.
That's by reading the field. Flat bat hit over mid-off, mid-on. There's your boundary option because the fielders were set square of the wicket. And again, the field very interesting to Hasaranga. More often, wherever you bowl to him, he gives himself room and hits mid-off extra cover. That's his strength. They got mid-off in the circle to him. Interesting option, really. So far, they've not given him anything to hit in that direction. Well, Mehidy, he needs to push another fielder back, and now he's realized. And Taskin at fine leg goes down. Well, Chamira, what will he do? He chips mid-off. That's the area I was talking about. It skips away. Shanto does well. Good desperation from Shanto.
Yeah, they needed that, but that wasn't a great delivery for Mustafiz. Pace off, but then Chamira was waiting for it. Just hit through the line. You would expect to bowl slightly back of a length just to try and beat that shot.
Now this is a better field. Long off out because Mustafizur's slower delivery turns across the right-hander. Now you're trying to force him to hit across the line. Fine leg comes in, there's deep mid-wicket, square leg. Third man, sweeper cover and the long off. Oh, yes. From the bounce to the skipper. Lanka get the result they wanted to get Chamira off strike.
I think Bangladesh will be the happier of the two teams because they're not conceding boundaries. They've got wickets. And so far, Sri Lanka, the last boundary was 14 deliveries ago. That just fell just short of the man at short extra cover.
Rishad, maybe 14 balls ago. But since the 40th over, only 2 boundaries have been hit. Will that be the third? He's hit it well. Yes, it is. Timely boundary for Sri Lanka.
Yeah, absolutely. Very, very important. I mean, since the 40th over, if it is just the third boundary, then Bangladesh should be patting themselves on the back. They've done well because Sri Lanka went into the last 10 overs with wickets in hand. This is very well done.
Fielder in the deep had no chance. Field changes again. Long off is coming into the circle. No, he doesn't. He's just coming to have a chat. Gonna try and bowl at his body to try and cramp him up. Last ball of the 48th. $11 off that on. 270 for 7.
At Mattress Man, we know we all sleep differently. You could say we really know our stuff. You tell us all about your sleep and we guide you softly to the right mattress. Through top brands like Silent Night and Arthur, you find the right one for your pocket. We deliver it for free and you try it for 60 nights. And now, with 15% off all our mattresses, trust Mattress Man to find your perfect sleep. Go to mattressman.co.uk.
2 overs remaining. Roshan, talk us through the Lotus Towers. You see?
We haven't still seen that real Lotus Tower. We've seen a few skyscrapers that have attempted to emerge. The biggest over has been 11 runs.
That was the over just finished. They have 5 minutes to get through this over. Not Bangladesh would be penalized. Well, they will get a margin because this delay is not to do with the fielding team. Hasaranga is the key. And he gets Sri Lanka to 285, 290. We're all looking at that number, 280. Last 10 chases here. You've got 290 plus. You've won 8 times. That's 4. Good start to the over.
That was slapped, hit with a lot of power. Not a great delivery from Taskin. Allowed Hasaranga to swing and swing well. And look at how he gets across. Tends to set himself up on the off stump. And did well. He's considered to be very strong on the offside, but now he's looking to play those leg side shots as well. Very effective. Good start to the over.
Yeah, 3 in the deep on the leg side. The third man, sweep on the cover boundary, other 5 in the deep. Here's Taskin. Down the ground. Oh, doesn't get through. Tamim. Tanzid, Hasan, Tamim getting in the way.
Yeah, very good work, good commitment. Now, yeah, this is good to see Hasaranga talking to Chamira, because the plan has to be, well, if he's going for a boundary, that's fine, but at least get him on strike. Dot balls should be thrown out of the window as far as Sri Lanka is concerned. They can't afford it.
Fielders in the circle. They stay back. Slower delivery. Hasaranga's got a start. He gets across.
That should be the plan. Surely should be the plan. Get Hasaranga on strike. Give him the maximum number of balls to face. So pace off that time. Clever bowling by Taskin.
Sri Lanka won the toss and opted to bat first. Even though the teams chasing, the teams batting second have won more matches recently. Overall as well, but dew has always been a factor. And oh, there you go, Roshan, throw out the window, you said.
Yeah, it's open. The window is open, so it's easy to throw it out.
But humidity levels are slightly lower than usual here in Pallekele. And hence, the last few days there hasn't been much dew, so that will encourage the Sri Lankan spinners. Pitch a good one. Bangladesh need to play themselves in, get those partnerships early. They're also of the habit of losing early wickets. Can get a good start, then you give yourself a chance of even hunting down 280 to 290. I would say Sri Lanka already up to 277. Fine leg goes out. Mid-wicket into the circle, so Taskin has not yet used the short one this over. Lovely shot, full toss. Maybe he thought it was going to be the short one, but he just flicks it away.
Bit surprised at Taskin. Friendly full toss. He got the mid-wicket fielder in. Expected a Yorker at the leg stump, but then it turned out to be a fairly friendly, juicy full toss.
Good choice of words, Roshan. Juicy.
Wasn't it? It looked very juicy. He had to just flick it. And that's exactly what he did.
Well, last ball from Taskin. 2 for 51 for him. Tried the double bluff, just didn't work. Now deep mid-wicket's out. Fine leg in the circle again. Oh, good Yorker. Very good Yorker. Maybe that's what he tried and missed earlier. 49 bowled, 281 for 7. A 124th to Kusal Mendes, the reason that Sri Lanka sit at this strong position. With 1 over to go, the captain contributing 58, but now it comes down to Hasaranga. Mustafizur to bowl out. Oh, good start to the over, and he's really missed out because it was foolish, it was wide. Third man in the circle, so that was an option.
And also Hasaranga's area loves to go extra cover. Third man would have been an option. Extra cover would have been an option. Just missed out.
Is that a full toss, would you say?
That's what I thought.
But that wasn't juicy.
It was a little... It could have been juicy. It was not extracted. The juice was not extracted.
He'll want to. He's charging Hasaranga. Oh dear, this is not good, not good. He's pulled up lame at the other end. He wanted to and then suddenly started limping. Now he's been struggling quite a bit of late with hamstring issues and groin issues.
Well, he wanted that second run, and yes, at that point he pulls up. But it's not good because he's got to bowl his 10 overs, Russell.
I'm not too sure I agree with you on that, because of late we've seen him come up with his better performances when he's bowled on one leg, and that one-legged celebration.
You never know how grave the injury is. He seemed to be all right. He's put his helmet on, so he seemed to be ready. But when you know that he needs to bowl 10 overs and he needs to bowl his quota, well, it always must be making the dressing room feel a little bit nervous.
Oh yeah, you'd like your players to be fully fit and moving around as smoothly as they can. And his 10 overs are going to be crucial. He is not comfortable. Well, Chamira needs to take over now. He needs to swing for the hills. Swing over the hills. We are in the hills. Oh, nicely bowled. Very good Yorker.
And he is limping. Vanidu Hasaranga, I'm just wondering whether he needs to carry on doing this because he is limping. I don't know how grave the injury is. But that last bit is just almost on one leg. If you think that he bowls well on one leg, then that's good news.
Well, here we go. He'll line him up. He'll try to go over extra cover, I would think. And he'll keep the strike. It's too much trouble running down the ground. This is good for Bangladesh. They're getting the dots in. They're getting through. 2 more deliveries in the innings.
Well, you can understand Manidhu Hasaranga's intentions. He wants to hit boundaries, but in the process, he's just played a dot. I mean, trust Chamira. He's put away some boundaries when the ball has really been dished out.
Just a single. Nicely executed by Mustafizur, just not giving him the length that he was looking for, because it's only length that he can get into position and swing the way he's feeling at the moment. The fuller you bowl, the harder it is when you're struggling with your feet. Well, last ball, Chamira. Can he get Sri Lanka to 290? 3 runs in this over, that includes a leg bye. The last couple of overs, very good. Chamira swings, doesn't get hold of it, so it will be a single. Bangladesh will be happy with the end. 285 for 7 is what Sri Lanka got. Well, 63 for 4 in the last 10 overs. Bangladesh would be happy with that. But with 285 for 7, I don't think any team can say that they are ahead here.
Yeah, Bangladesh will be very, very pleased. And also, let's not forget that the batting conditions are good and friendly. And Sri Lanka will be very disappointed. At 222 for 3, 10 overs to go with 2 set batters, you would be wanting that 300-run mark. But Bangladesh came back extremely well. Very well done, Bangladesh.
Yeah, Kusal Mendes, who got a earful the other day for getting himself after getting a 50, he goes on to get that big score, which allows the others to bat around him. Sri Lanka got 58, 285 for 7 at the toss. The captain said he would take it.
Yep, he'll be pleased with that, but I think this surface offered more. Bangladesh bowling excellent. Taskin had 2 wickets at very important stages. Miraz had 2. And I thought Mustafizur came back, no wickets, but he bowled much better than that.
Yeah, needed a good start. It didn't come. And Madushka nicked through to Shanto. But Mendes, he was in very good form. Controlled batting. Runs all around the wicket and just didn't allow the Bangladesh bowlers to settle in. That was Pathum Nissanka, who got out for 35.
But Sri Lanka continued. Unfortunately, it was Kamidhu Mendes. But Kusal Mendes at the other end looked very good. Picked the length well, played those horizontal shots well. And boundaries kept coming. And skipper, Sri Lanka, joined in the fun. Some really good shots, lovely use of the feet. Another half-century for the captain. And Kusal Mendes just carried on and carried on.
Brilliant knock. And then the wickets fell. Sri Lanka out to a full toss. Run making became difficult once the 40th over was crossed and the field was spread. Lianage stepped on his stumps. And soon after, good catch from Tamim. Accounted for Kusal Mendes. Sri Lanka started losing wickets. Lianage couldn't get it through either. Few big hits at the end. Sri Lanka 285. Conditions are very good. Bangladesh needing 286 of the 50 overs. Well, I think it's going to be an exciting evening after the short break.
TNT Sports, powered by Canterbury.
Discovery Plus is the streaming home of TNT Sports.
Magnificent!
And for cycling fans, our interactive features make it the ultimate viewing experience.
This is cycling at its very best.
You can relive the breakaways.
What on earth have we just seen?
The fights on the cobbles.
Pure drama.
And the final sprints for glory.
It is an awesome finish. Hands in the air.
So get involved with Discovery Plus, the streaming home of TNT Sports.
Have it all. I disagree. This is John, my husband. This is Cliff, my other husband. And this is Emma, my wife. Harper. Lucia. And Derek. When I'm thirsty, I want it all. Phenomenal flavour, real fruit, no sugar, sweeteners or calories. Dash, the drink that has it all. 50% off online now.
Running a business means wearing many different hats. Whether you're protecting profit margins or organising events, there's always another job waiting. But when it's time to put your money hat on, there's one that suits you perfectly. Try the bank built especially for established businesses. You'll get your own dedicated relationship manager and no monthly fees. It's how business banking used to be, just better. Discover no-nonsense business banking with Alika Bank.
At Mattress Man, we know we all sleep differently. You could say we really know our stuff. You tell us all about your sleep and we guide you softly to the right mattress. Through top brands like Silent Night and Arthur, you find the right one for your pocket. We deliver it for free and you try it for 60 nights. And now, with 15% off all our mattresses, trust Mattress Man to find your perfect sleep. Go to mattressman.co.uk.
The ASA regulates UK ads, plus all ads on this channel are cleared before you see them. Oh, yes. Whether you love them or hate them. When it comes to ads, the ASA is by your side. The ASA, keeping ads legal, decent, honest, and truthful.
What's happened to him? I'm not sure. He's been acting really out of character lately, turning off the lights, going through the recycling, even burying the car keys. I think he found out about global warming.
Oh, that happened to my Clio a few months ago. But then we just switched our dog food to Grub Club. It's made with insect protein, which means less greenhouse gases. It's also hypoallergenic and vet approved. Grub Club, dog food with purpose.
Have an idea? You know, I've been investing for a while.
From insurance to wealth.
It's all yours now.
And retirement. We can help solve life's financial puzzles.
You're gonna do great.
Making it click? It takes Aviva.
Give your kids a head start with NatWest Rooster Money. They can build better money habits with their own card while you can track their spending. Add chores in the app so they can learn to earn and create savings pots to manage their money and reach their goals. Grow the money confidence with NatWest Rooster Money. Sign up today and get the first month free, then $1.99 a month or $19.99 a year. Search NatWest Rooster Money in your app store. NatWest. Tomorrow begins today.
TNT Sports, powered by Canterbury.
It is the T20I series, Sri Lanka versus New Zealand, and it is promising to be another very exciting two-match series. Indeed, Sri Lanka ending themselves and doing a wonderful job so far in the white ball series. So many wins for Sri Lanka, and they're looking to try and continue that winning momentum.
We're ready to rock and roll. Here's the first one. Oh, that little bit of curve in the air you so often see from Tikshana straight away on the ball.
Oh, he's done better here tonight in Dumbulla.
It's the end of Robinson early. Maybe a wicket, it is. It's the end of Chapman. Will Young fats this all the way. There's our first maximum of the night, courtesy of William Young.
Oh, that's close. That is close. And given.
Well, he's referred it.
Ball tracking coming up. Original decision is out. Impact umpire's call. And wickets hitting. Litton, you can stay with your original decision of out.
That's gone for 6. That's a good way to end the over. 47 for 3. Oh, how close is that? How close is that? I'll tell you what, Lyndon Hannibal's executional finger goes up very, very slowly, but it was pretty decisive the way he determined that the batter was ruled out LBW. Nicely timed, that's hit with a lot of power. That's a rare boundary. Well. He gets a wicket. That's why he's so good in the death. Now, this is not the death. He's bowling in the middle, but he still gets you wickets.
Top edge. And... oh, gone!
Top edge. And Sri Lanka has done the homework well.
Mr. Santner, there he is with a boundary early on and much needed. More wristy, but hit it well enough to be caught on the fence. Come in defenders. He's Eddie everywhere. There's another catch. Well taken, sir.
Slow ball, nice in middle. Got the power, not the elevation. And you cannot keep this man off the game.
Gone. Hasan gets a second. He's just run past it, Satna.
A bit of turn and the batsman beaten, and neat work behind the stumps. This is 4. 100 on the board with that boundary.
Runs, more runs, useful runs. And it's wides as well. Wow, how about that? He gets underneath it and pulls it over long on, 20 off the over. Down the ground, but the fielder getting underneath it. Hangs on. Good running catch from the captain.
Went for a big one. Outside half of the bat.
He's bowling beautifully. He's got him. He asks for the question. They're signaling for the review straight away.
Roll it forward, yeah. Okay, thank you. There's a spike when the ball next to the bat. Litton, you need to reverse your original decision of not out to out. I'll let you know when you're on camera. Make the signal now.
Got his man. 3rd wicket to Lalage. He's bowled beautifully. The key has been the speed. He's been brave and he's tried to buy his wickets. Been successful.
Top order batters struggle to find a way to score runs here. But resistance, they come from the late order batsmen, especially Zachary Fox.
What do you do first and foremost?
Solid as a rock with the first one. Now, Sri Lanka will be hoping for a good start, especially in the power play. I think the best time to bat is with the new ball. The ball will skid on, and the bounce will be true. And these two players have been magnificent right throughout the year. That should be close. That should be close. And Ravindra Vilmasiri, his red finger goes up. Missed the length, straight one, going for the slog sweep. And don't think Kusal Man is interested to go upstairs.
Thrashing edge, no third. Yeah, runs away for 4. First boundary innings. And that is just so sweet. Is it? No, you betcha. Enough on it to bring up a maximum. Pereira underway.
Valiant attempt to save that 6.
Oh, done him. That was pitched up. He was looking to go over extra cover, looking to give himself a little bit of room. And Pathum Nissanka goes, and New Zealand strikes at a vital time.
Watch that. It's fuller than what Nissanka expected it to be. Last over of the power play, he's trying to cash in.
That is a great shot. That is a very, very good shot indeed. It was pitched up and he went over extra cover. Excellent option. The 50 is up for Sri Lanka. Oh, that is as plumb as one it could get. On the back foot, right in front. Lyndon Hannibal had no problem.
And he doesn't even review.
Oh, what about this? What about this? Has it cleared? It has. It has. That is a great shot. Good shot. Very good shot. That is his zone. Pitched up, and he'll go after it, and he'll pick those spots.
Oh, up and clean, straight. Brilliant from Mendes.
In the air and taken. That was a good catch from the leg spinner Sodi. Off the mark. Not a convincing stroke, but good enough for a boundary.
Thanks very much. Easy as you like. Asking for the 5th one. Joy all over folks' face. Oh, delightful, delightful. Into a gap and almost 6 here. For Masaranga, 1 bounce Skinner. Oh, hello, run out on. Oh no, it was, and there was confusion in the end with the calling and the fielding and the throwing to which end. 15 have been bowled, and it's 108 for 5 now.
Oh. Nick, useful runs, more runs. Oh, good work. Really good work, saving 1 run for his team. Oh, another opportunity. Who's going to take it? Satna. Goes full, he's get it. He gets it. Good hit all along the ground. 2 runs required. Last ball of the 19th. He's hit it. He's hit it into the crowd. Well, Lalage. That takes Sri Lanka home. They get there with 4 wickets in hand and an over to spare. The crowd celebrate. It's been a good win. They've been made to work hard, but Sri Lanka have found the players to stand up and get them to this challenging score. It's challenging. The conditions on offer.
Yeah, picked up the slow ball very early to Lalage. It's just set up nicely. And that was a monstrous hit by a young man. New Zealand being number 35, batting first. Folks batted well for his 27, Brace well, Brace 27. Well, Lalage bowled well. Rishad, Hasan, Pathum picked up 2 wickets each. And in reply, Sri Lanka chased it down in 19 overs thanks to Sri Lanka. Remained 35 not out. As I said, Folks bowled well, 3 wickets for 20 runs. And Sri Lanka winning by 4 wickets and leads the series 1-0.
TNT Sports, powered by Canterbury.
Bing bong, squeeze me. Bing bong, squeeze me. Bing bong, squeeze me. It is funny, yeah.
Get in on the jokes with comedy on Audible.
We should have left centuries ago.
It's okay. I'm with the AA.
Because the AA has more expert patrols in more places than anyone else, you'll be back on the road in no time. That's why millions of drivers choose the AA. Join today.
Keiko's philosophy was go, go, go. But what she really needed was stop, stop, stop. You were made to take time off. We were made to save you time with easy-to-book packages. Expedia, made to travel. ATOL protected.
The Harry's starter set. Get our trim and razor, shave gel and travel cover with 30% off and free delivery. Harry's. Feel good, fellas.
It starts with an engineer providing access to thousands of Shell EV chargers, helping supply more than 20% of the UK's gas. Getting it from here to here. Investing in people and communities to build skills for the energy transition. Shell is helping power the UK, now and into the future.
We understand that you have some questions.
Is it legal?
Does it smell?
You don't have to smoke it, do you?
Is it actually for people like me?
It's okay. We have the answers. For the facts, search Curaleaf Clinic today.
My lover stands on golden sand and watches the ship.
Oh, on a P&O Cruises holiday, you get epic days out and epic nights in.
Norwegian Fjords holidays from $799. P&O Cruises, holiday like never before.
Life, eh? Busy, busy. And just when you least need it, your boiler goes on the blink. And naturally, no idea how to fix it. Enter Boxed. One simple solution, one fixed price. So you won't get stung. Order in a few taps, we give it a final check, and ta-da! A brand new boiler. Fitted by a local expert the next day. Oh, and spread the cost from just £26 a month. Plus, you get a free hive thermostat. Lovely. From beehives to bungalows, Boxed has the fix.
Babes, how was roaming in Italy?
Oh, stunning. Didn't cost me a penny.
What, the new fella paid?
No, hun. Labara. No roaming fees.
Bet the signal was awful.
Full bars, hun.
Well, you get what you pay for.
Nah. Big mobile networks charge you more for what's really the same thing. You and the hubby need a better package, babe.
Labara, the smarter mobile network.
Think they can sort his package in Turkey?
The Tour de France and Tour de France fam are now on TNT Sports. We've got over 140 hours of live action. And guiding you from the peloton to the podium, our unrivaled team of experts with more behind-the-scenes access than ever before.
I'm loving it.
And this year your options are limitless as our game-changing timeline marker and multi-screen features put you in control. It doesn't get bigger than this. The Tour de France now live on TNT Sports.
Cool. I see someone get... No, I can't talk.
That's a good start, isn't it? He just ran out in a pair of pants. Absolute lunatic.
My brother gave me hand-me-down boots. I wanted to wear them to school so bad. I took the studs out and slept in them.
I did an interview once. Every question I asked, Ron took something else off. There was no way I was going the whole hog of Big Rob. It's just involved usually just singing the song. I moved clubs quite a lot. By the end, I was like Frank Sinatra.
Man United fans won't accept me giving an opinion on Manchester United because of the Van Nistelrooy thing.
The weirdest thing is when someone goes, I really like you. You're my favourite. And I think, weirdo.
I used to love Kerry Dixon. I had a rabbit called Kerry Dixon. Yeah. I told you that. Bad man. Yeah? Yeah. Had to get rid of him.
Honestly, the stuff we think about.
This is the biggest game ever in women's football.
During the medal ceremony, Luis Rubiales kissed Jenny Hermoso on the mouth.
Wait a minute, this is serious.
Everybody can see in those videos how happy we were.
He kissed her without permission.
Was the kiss consensual? That's what the world wants to know.
Rubiales versus Hermoso, the World Cup kiss. Stream now, only on Discovery+.
This weekend,
Who will run out victorious?
hold on tight.
We are go!
It's another doubleheader of bikes.
Oh my goodness, what drama!
MotoGP takes it to the limit at the Sachsenring in the Grand Prix of Germany.
This is racing as good as it gets.
And World Superbikes will be burning up Donington Park.
One of the most epic championships. This could go down to the line! What a weekend!
It's all live on the new home of bikes, TNT Sports.
I love the sounds of engines, proper big engines. Well, I was the first black woman to be an official in UK motorsports. It's been an old boys club for a very long time, but somebody had to do something that was a bit different. Motorsport has given me a lot. It has absolutely changed my life.
What's happened?
End of the race. Do I think this industry has been ready for me? No.
Reframe the game. Stream now, only on Discovery+. Discovery Plus is the streaming home of TNT Sports.
Magnificent!
And for cycling fans, our interactive features make it the ultimate viewing experience.
This is cycling at its very best!
You can relive the breakaways.
What on earth have we just seen?
The fights on the cobbles.
Pure drama!
And the final sprints for glory.
It is an awesome finish! Hands in the air!
So get involved with Discovery Plus, the streaming home of TNT Sports.
Very good evening. Welcome back to the Pallekele International Cricket Stadium. And Sri Lanka have got the runs on the board. Batting first, they put on 285 for 7 thanks to a wonderful innings by Kusal Mendes, 124 in 114 deliveries. And also from the skipper Charita Salanka, giving in with 58. Bangladeshi bowlers in bits and pieces, control in some points and then controlled by the batters, but a couple of wickets for Taskin
and the skipper. So Bangladesh in their chase need to score 286 runs of their 50 overs at 5.72 runs per over. Lot to play for both the teams. A score that Bangladesh will hope to start well with. They need to get a good start. They've had problems in the opening partnerships. 450s for Tanzid, Hasan, Tamim. Best of 84. Would like to get a good score today. And here's a guy who's impressed in the recent past. Hossain with a good strike rate and a 150 in his fledgling career. Lot to play for on a lovely evening here at Pallekele. Fernando, the right-arm medium fast, is going to start off proceedings from the media box end. 27 wickets so far. All to play for. Good evening, Ami Sohail.
Good evening, and Bangladesh openers need to feature in a solid start. Here's the countdown. Let the game commence. There'll be a bit of movement in the air for Asita, and that's what we have seen throughout the Test series and ODI series. Starts off with a bouncer. Here was the surprise.
And everyone with their smiles on their faces. Asita, Hossain, slower bouncer. Just a reminder that he's there. Be careful, there will be bowls like that, but I don't think there will be a huge percentage of bouncers in this match.
Well, the batsman wasn't expecting that. If he was, hey, it's kind of a friendly delivery from Asita.
Oh, that's a good ball. Just jacked back enough and had him hurrying into his shot.
Now, this is the ability shown by Asita Fernando consistently. He fancies bringing the ball back into the left-hander. Well, every time he takes the ground, injuries, they follow him somehow. He's off the park because he has done his hamstring once again.
Once again, a good delivery. They're off the mark, but not in a very confident manner. The inside part of the bat induced, but he'd like to get off that mark. Any run first up in your innings is so important.
Well, that's what we call complementing each other. Tanzid realized that Pervez is not comfortable against Asita. Now, there was the opportunity and he went for it. Naim wasn't sure where the ball was, but Tanzim was very, very positive with his call.
Down the wicket, smashes it, off it goes to the boundary. Well, that's a very, very positive start here by Tanzid.
That is brutally handsome, wasn't it? Talk about the confidence. Talk about positive frame of mind. He danced down the track and really went after that one. Middled it and it disappeared. That's a good beginning for Tanzim.
There you see how far down, 3 meters. Point of impact just under. This was in the air for a while, but it was hit so hard, hardly giving an opportunity to the fielder.
Expect a reaction from the bowler. Must have been deflating for him.
Down the leg side, I don't think the umpire is going to be too interested. Check of the head. Well, they're thinking about it, about a review. Depends on the keeper. Seem to be just drifting down leg to me.
They're still asking, should I or should I not? he hasn't been helped. And Kusal Mendes initially was very confident. He was jumping behind the crease. He thought the impact was adjacent, but it was the case of ball pitching outside the leg stump, and also inward deviation was taking the ball away from the leg stump.
Yeah, I think it's a wise option not to go for the review. Don't want to get carried away, but a little bit of a interest generated. It's been quite a mixed first over so far. Slower, picked it up and hit it away with disdain. What a way to finish the over. After the first over, it's 9 without loss. A target of 286. Bangladesh need to get off to a solid start.
Well, it's a great beginning for Tanzid. Now, this is the advantage you have as a batsman. When you watch the ball closely coming out of the hand of the bowler, you can decide how to treat that ball. Picked up that slow one very quickly and was a thump. Risky, but managed it well.
Well, you're talking about the understanding of the two, and that came into play. That occasion, the call was there as Dushmanta Chamira starts from the pavilion end, right arm fast. 57 wickets so far. Tanzid Tamim 62 in the first ODI, 7 in the second, missed out. This is the ideal time for him to make his bat talk. Started off well.
Yeah, he likes to take challenges, Tanzid. He'll enjoy a bit of pace as well. Worked it on the onside, running hard. And got the desired result.
Sure did. I think that maybe the inside half of the bat, but he had that angle of the bat that allowed him play it down to fine leg and get a couple of runs. Once again, good running between the wickets might turn out to be an important factor in putting the pressure on the Sri Lankan fielders. Oh, that's a Jaffa. That is a perfect beauty.
Yeah, ideal length for a left-hander. The ball came to the left-hander, straight as an arrow, and then deviation of the surface. Had the batsman committed to that stroke. Wonderful delivery from Chamira.
And you need to be very wary of exactly that. Stuck to your crease, not quite sure, just hanging your bat out to dry isn't the right approach. Got to be committed to the shot. Once again, he does manage to get quite a bit of bat on that one, and once again, the call was for 2, and they make it quite comfortably.
Yeah, as long as he's getting runs and stays there out in the middle, he can create few problems. Tanzid, not perfect strokes, but still 4 runs of the over so far. Beg your pardon, 5. 4 from the bat of Tanzim.
And he keeps on bowling that straightish delivery, which is allowing the batters to just close the face. He's got to slip in position. Really wants to replicate a ball that he bowled, the third ball he bowled.
Yeah, this is his second game in this ODI series. Miraz making a comeback. He really struggled to find the rhythm and also the right line. But in this game, he has started off quite nicely. Whenever he tried to bring the ball back to the left-handers, ill-directed the deliveries down the leg side. But tonight, this evening, on perfect line of length.
Tumbling stop. Good work. Doesn't allow the single to be taken. 15 without loss.
At Mattress Man, we know we all sleep differently. You could say we really know our stuff. You tell us all about your sleep and we guide you softly to the right mattress. Through top brands like Silent Night and Arthur, you find the right one for your pocket. We deliver it for free and you try it for 60 nights. And now, with 15% off all our mattresses, trust Mattress Man to find your perfect sleep. Go to mattressman.co.uk.
Only the third match for Pervez Hossain. 13 in his debut match, 67 in the last one. Is in Tanzid Hasan Tamim. He's got a man who scored a decent amount of runs, but the average needs to be improved. Oh, he's just over the top. Tantalizingly close. Well, could have gone to hand. Despairing effort. He's got 4 runs, but he must have had his heart in his mouth for a while.
Yeah, you're right. But at the same time, he's picking those slow deliveries quite early. Yeah, he wanted more elevation on that occasion, but wasn't the case. But still, a good result. Dragged the ball from way outside the off stump. A valiant effort, but in vain. Captain at mid-on.
Yeah, that drag might have got him into a spot of bother, but he got away with it. Oh, Yorker. Good comeback delivery. And the reaction of the bowler. He says, I can do you out because you've got to be careful what I come up back with. Look at this one.
Yeah, that's what you want to see as a fast bowler. The ball dipping at the last moment had the batsman in a spot of bother and brought the bat down in time. Tanzid. Good contest brewing.
Indeed, he is in an aggressive frame of mind, but you cannot afford to be overconfident. You've got the 4 runs early on, got to play the ball to its merit. He goes down the wicket again, shows his intention a little early, allows the bowler to just shorten the length.
Yeah, the bowler was able to tuck him in on that occasion. There wasn't room for the batter to swing his arms. Well, when a batsman is taking too many chances, gives bowler a chance to pick him up. Let's see who's going to win.
3 different paces, speeds in the first 3 balls. Wide, and he got away with that one. I thought it was there to be hit, maybe slightly later to take it past that fielder, but found the fielder instead.
Well, he'll be disappointed. Tanzid had the opportunity to find another boundary. Hit the ball straight to the fielder. Yeah, he's wearing the pace. He has to, because Tanzid is looking very positive.
Oh, no, that is a shake of the head once again. Seems to be striking outside leg. Are they going to ponder a review?
Yeah, it was pitch very full, and the batsman was moving towards the off stump. Not very sure, Kusal. But The captain has opted.
TV umpire to director. We have a player review for LBW. The on-field decision is not out. I have checked the feed. It's a fair delivery. Can we start with front on, please? Ball is close to the bat. Need to confirm through ultra edge, please. Keep rolling, keep rolling. Gap between bat and ball. Satisfied, no bat in ball. Go for ball tracking when ready. Pitching outside leg. Pali, stay with your decision. Stand by. You're on screen. Please signal.
We are getting a little overexcited and losing a review. Second time they thought about it, eventually took it.
Yeah, the bowler should realize to be able to get the decision in his favor, the ball has to jag back from outside the off stump. Ball it! Wrapped on the pad and went on to disturb the stumps. Unlucky way to get out.
Yeah, he was eyeing that leg stump, wasn't he? And even on this occasion, was pitching on or about outside the line of leg stump, deflecting off the pads and striking timber. What a big wicket. There you see it. Once again, similar kind of line. This time, it's the ricochet of the pads. And it's that death rattle for Tamim. Big wicket. Good comeback from Asita. Tanzid Tamim has to take the walk back rather disconsolately for 17. It's 19 for 1.
TNT Sports, powered by Canterbury.
Hey, look at our Simply Safe home security system.
Let's install it.
We need another camera.
What for?
They're collectibles. What?
Now you've got a camera each.
Yay!
Systems start from under £200 when you buy a professional monitoring plan. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
TNT Sports, powered by Canterbury.
Once again, early trouble for Bangladesh. Just none of the opening players can put up a big score. Experienced Najmul Hossain Shanto comes in. Bit of concern whether he'd play this game. Good thing to have him in the team. Oh, and he keeps on pegging away. Once again, an appeal.
Bat and ball there. He's looking good. He's working up some pace, Chamira. Not only pace, but also a bit of movement in the air for him as well.
Both the bowlers are from both the ends, bowling similar kind of deliveries, targeting the legs of the batters, cramping them for space, and it's paid off in the previous over. Once again, the same line. They must have been going to a plan, definitely.
See, incoming deliveries, they have been bothersome for the left-handers. You know, have a look. Completely off balance there. Weight falling towards the off stump. He was looking to play the ball on the onside. Not the right way. Deal with those deliveries. Bending back. Had to pay the ultimate price.
Couple of balls ago. Here it is. Just checking back enough. Would be umpire's call. It was missing. And they keep on and on and on. And that line. When's that surprise ball that's going to leave the left-handed batter?
Yeah, the captain has to realize Chamira is bringing the ball back into the left-handers. It's the case of getting another fielder on the onside. At the moment, there are quite a few fielder plays square of the wicket. on the offside. Can do better than that as a captain of Sri Lanka.
That's the angle you'd bowl as a surprise delivery after all those straighter balls. And Najmul and Shanto almost tempted to have a little poke at that one.
Yeah, when you're expecting the deliveries to bend back, and then you tend to chase the deliveries outside the off stump. No footwork. Reason? He was hoping or anticipating the ball to bend back.
And a much slower delivery. Only 133. Good mix. 3 quick ones on the leg and then slower outside off. Got in. What about that? What a spectacular delivery. They're all charged up. He didn't have an idea of what the ball was doing. Jack back, hit timber, and that's it for Shanto.
A perfect delivery and a perfect result. But Tamira, that's what he's been trying to do. Beat the batsman with the pace and that inward movement. He must be proud of his effort. Knocking top of the off stump. That's what you want from your fast bowler. And he has removed Bangladeshi premier batsman in Shanto. And he goes without scoring. In spot of order, Bangladesh 20 for 2.
TNT Sports, powered by Canterbury.
My lover stands on golden sand and watches the ship.
Oh, on a P&O Cruises holiday, you get epic days out and epic nights in.
Norwegian Fjords holidays from 799. P&O Cruises, holiday like never before.
TNT Sports, powered by Canterbury.
A heap of trouble. Bangladesh 2 down for only 20 runs, and we're only the 4th over. Towhid Hridoy, 34th innings for him. Lot of work to be done. 100, 850s. 2 slips in position.
Yeah, he's on fire, isn't he, Tamira? Successful over, 20 for 2.
Bangladesh in a spot of bother, to say the least, having lost 2 wickets already. Najmul and Shanto, the last one to go. Spectacular delivery from Ismail Tamira. Beat him all ends up. Clipped off stump. Pails went flying. He is a man who's also got a wicket in his previous over. Got the tails up, Sri Lanka. Now they're fishing. They are very, very tentative.
Get a slip in, captain. Get a slip in. The ball is responding to the fast bowlers. Appreciable movement on that occasion. Prodigious, I would say.
Definitely more movement available in the evening. Things getting a little cooler. Hardly saw Taskin, Ahmed, Sakib getting movement like the 2 bowlers. We're talking about the slip to be brought into place, and it's a sort of 4th slip position or a 3rd slip position. Rather wide, a floater. Down the leg side once again. Not really comfortable playing that shot.
Not the right technique to deal with such deliveries. Yeah, you have to keep your balance to be able to play those deliveries. Now beaten by the pace, feet nowhere, exposing the stumps. He played that delivery out of hope, and hope can be dangerous at times.
Hossain has been watching his partners return to the pavilion. But scored 2 of 9. Once again, this is very consistent. This is not allowing Bangladesh to just get on top, get some runs, building up the pressure.
Yeah, you expect the ball to do something in the air when it's new, hard. But the movement has been substantial. And what a sight for a fast bowler, ideal. Knocked back the off stump.
Look of disbelief on Shanto's face. Now, whoops, fumble, but well recovered.
Oh, he's fallen into a great rhythm, Chamira. And he's been setting up the batters quite nicely. Inward movement at the batsman playing from the crease. And it happened to both the batters. No balance, no footwork. Just hanging their bat out to pay the ultimate price.
No runs off the bat for 15 deliveries. Now the scamper one. That's a direct hit. Now, direct hits can be very interesting. They think they've gotten their man. Have to wait and see.
He was run out in the previous match as well.
The bat is grounded before the bails are off. I'm ready to make my decision for the big screen.
That's the first run off the bat for 16 deliveries. Tells you how much pressure and control there has been from the Sri Lankan bowlers. The look at it, just stood there for a while, but it was the call from the non-striker who's going to the danger end. He made it reasonably comfortably. Oh, it's just passed. Lucky, so very fortunate. Just between the keeper and the slip for 4 runs. 25 for 2. But the comparisons there, Bangladesh have lost 2. But last ball, last over, very fortunate.
It is happening for the fast bowlers, isn't it? Appreciable movement, and from the right length and line. Late to react to Kusal Mendes. Have to place 2 proper slips, not a floater slip.
Spectator catch. You're talking about that's a good catch for the bird. Oh, it's been fiery bowling from both ends by the Sri Lankans. In tandem. Dinner. Going to be good. Oh, inside edge. Fortune is going Bangladesh's way. You can see that smile on the face of the batter. He gets the 4 runs.
Almost another wicket for Chamira. He's on fire at the moment. He's fallen into a great rhythm. Got his mojo back in this game.
Oh, again on target. This is sensational bowling by Chamira. Last one much slower in speed, more accurate.
Was no setting up. Were very persistent. You're into birds, Shamin?
Aren't you?
Well,
this has been exceptional from the bowlers. Very, very lucky with edgy strokes. 129.6, the last one. Generating pace, slowing them down. But the accuracy, constant.
Yeah, Imon is playing with the right idea now. He's looking to play the ball back to the bowler. He's anticipating everything coming in. And I think Chamira has to react. He has to take the ball away from the left-hander's off stump. That will create an opportunity for him. From outside the off, just outside the off stump.
Well, he's been consistent in his lines, and as the captain has not given him a slip, he has to bowl that pretty straight. Just looking at the left-hander's feel on the onside, there's a fine leg within 30, there's a deep backward square leg, mid-wicket and mid-on. A lot of protection for those straighter deliveries. One fielder at deep third on the offside. Backward point, cover and mid-off. In the power play, 2 fielders outside 30. And that is what I was talking about. No slips. Gives him the edge. Gives him 4 runs to finish the over. 33 for 2. At this point in time, pretty much even Stevens with Bangladesh and living dangerously in Kandy. We are actually at Pallekele, about 30 minutes out of Kandy. Just a lovely city with the lake in the middle and picturesque views on the way here. But nothing pretty in the middle. Bowling change. Tiksana comes in. Maybe a bit of relief in terms of pace.
Yeah, this time around took the ball away from the left-hander. Yeah, look at the captain. Why wasn't a slip in place?
Well, he's going to rue that. Bowler will feel very, very disappointed. Tiksana has been so impressive in his career. 77 wickets only into his 55th match. Carom balls, knuckle balls, orthodox off spin, one that goes away. He's got it all. Always concerned for the batter in what's coming up, and he releases the ball.
Yeah, he's a wicket-taking option. Tikshana. He's got plenty in his repertoire. And he doesn't mind exploring his repertoire. Every variety with confidence.
That's it, Amir. You just said the right word. He bowls with confidence. And that's good from a bowler who tries the varieties. Sometimes it doesn't come off. These guys are enjoying themselves.
That's a good effort in this heat to wear that costume.
The best way to go for Bangladesh now is just cool it. They've had edgy boundaries, they've nervous times, and it's selfie time for that guy.
Yeah, for a little while they have to absorb the pressure which has already been created. Slob out for a little while. Oh, beautiful delivery to end the over. 35 for 2 Bangladesh.
Two early blows then. The two fast bowlers picking up the wickets to fall. Pitch is quickened up under lights. No doubt about it. The ball skidding on. Sri Lanka now have a slip in place as Chamira charges in. That should be a wide. And unlike in the previous games, I think Sri Lanka expected the ball to skid through. Because usually it's Tikshana who opens bowling along with Fernando. Chamira brought in later. But today, they went to the two quick men. That was the last ball of the last over. Movement for Fernando and extra pace of Chamira. Good evening, Farviz Maroof.
Evening, Russell. Yeah, certainly when it comes to underlies playing in Pallakele, this is what you expect on a good pitch which has a bit of grass covering on top. And that's where I thought initially good decision by Charita Lanka to bowl with the two seamers.
There you go, the fast bowlers started off with a short one. Fernando hurrying the batter all the time. And the movement is what did from one end, from the other end. Chamira's extra pace. It was really good to watch. Living dangerously are Bangladesh at the moment.
Now, certainly Iman is not comfortable covering the line. Staying leg side is trying to open up the offside, and I thought Charita Lanka in the previous over missed a trick by basing a field at mid-wicket, not having a slip in place. But in this occasion, he has worked it out, and there's a slip in place, there's no mid-wicket. When you're playing against players like Iman, who's not looking to cover the line, trying to open up the offside, slip is a mandatory, it's a must. Got the field right, but just that some movement has to happen off the pitch rather than in the air. It's good to see Banadu Asaranga as well after the injury in the field.
Yeah, he went off limping at the end of Sri Lanka's innings, trying to complete a 2. Usually square of the wicket, that's where you have your better fielders. Asaranga hanging around mid-on.
Since Janit Trinagil is also in the side as a third seam bowling option, I'll be very tempted to even get Janit Trinagil to bowl a spell here. Ball is moving as well as skidding on. Fernando, I thought very unlucky in the last over he bowled. Pick outside edge in the gap, went for a boundary. With the new ball, under lights, there will be movement at least till about the 15th over. Try and maximize it. Bangladeshi batter, especially Mon, is not comfortable against seam bowling, though he's opening batter for some reason. The technique can be questioned, but Towhid Hridoy on the other end, he looks very solid.
Finally gets one. He's been swinging at almost everything.
It's a width again. Trying to open up the offside. He's not trying to cover the stumps at all. Take a look at his legs. The back foot even going away from the leg side. Dushman the Chamira could do much better. Bowling wicket to wicket. Try and seam a crossing to the slips. Moral victory for the batter. The slip disappears to mid-wicket.
Now Imran should read the game as well. He will know, or he should know, Chamira will bowl just the 2 more balls this spell. It's always short spells around the wicket now, Chamira. Just not allow him into the game and then try and handle the spinners. Carves that. Lean again, the deep does well.
Probably you're right, Russell. Dushman the Chamira probably bowling his last over. I'll be very tempted to get Fernando to replace Dushman for a couple of overs. Carry on with Mahesh Tikshana from the media box and possibly get Danit Vinagate just here and there just to see if there's any movement or the help for the seamer. But certainly, after making a comeback in the last game, Dushman the Chamira looks hungry for success. Speeds up, movement of the seam as well as in the air. Certainly, I said going forward, yes, he's turning 33, but still, I reckon his experience is going to be crucial leading up to the 2027 World Cup.
Oh, poor delivery. Totally lost it, Chamira.
Testing out Kusal Mendes. Batting for so long, he had to dive to his left. Probably missed his action now, just to not follow through properly. Quite wavered down the leg side. Heads off to those 2 gentlemen with that costume in the seat.
Gentlemen? Lions.
Sri Lankans are Lions, Russell.
Oh, good shot, good shot. Ends up being an expensive over. 47 for 2 after 8.
It starts with an engineer providing access to thousands of Shell EV chargers, helping supply more than 20% of the UK's gas. Getting it from here to here. Investing in people and communities to build skills for the energy transition. Shell is helping power the UK, now and into the future.
39 required after 42. Now, if you look at the required rate, it's below the run rate. So that would mean Bangladesh just needs to keep batting. Not try too hard. Here's Tikshana. Build a partnership and take it deep. That's what Bangladesh need to do at the moment. Another cracking shot.
No half measures with him on. In his arc, he loves to take the aerial route. Came round the wicket, Dushman the Chamira, but still I thought was way outside the off stump and giving enough chance to him on to free his arms.
Imran is a very interesting player, especially when it comes to spin. Areas that he likes to hit or the length that he uses, it does surprise me, because when you bowl fuller, a lot of batsmen look to carve the ball around and it's easier to play it. But Imran, he's very good off a good length delivery. That's where he scores most of his runs. Plays the sweep shot. But the fuller you bowl, he tends to be very watchful. He gets down and he plays that shot really well. But when you bowl fuller, for some reason, he just gets into a tangle. Now that's a dismissal, but we saw him defend quite a bit. That's quite interesting for me. That's the ball that he should be getting a striding and thumping it down the ground.
Yeah, certainly a good spot. Usually, especially the top order batter, loves it full in their arc rather than back of the length. Certain reasons him on, possibly with his jerking of the arm before he strikes the balls 2 times. Maybe a reason. But overall, quite strange for opening batter.
At least a couple here, but the outfield looks like it'll give you full value. Oh, good work in the deep. 50 up for Bangladesh in the 9th over.
Dushmantha Chamira, who bowled the last over, had to spin cross from short fine leg. When it comes to commitment, 100% marks for Dushmantha. Certainly, for me, saved a single. Pretty sure the third umpire will take a closer look. And he's totally fine. Nicely done. Nishan Maduska from deep mid-wicket. He sprinted across as well towards fine leg.
Well, you're probably right, Parviz. We might see, we most probably will see Asita Fernando from the far end. .51 for 2. Last over of the power play, and as of now, nothing in it. Sri Lanka will say runs on the board, always crucial. Asita Fernando changes ends.
Attack to Parvez Imon, having mid-on back, third man in the circle for Asita Fernando, just like he did in his previous spell. Continued in the first ball of this spell as well. Looks like Sri Lankan side is quite happy to bowl wicket to wicket, probably middle and leg stump. Line for the left-hander. Loves without the off stumps. That's a tactic. But I think the wicket-taking ability or wicket-taking chances bowling that line is quite minimum, unless it swings back and thudders into the front pad or clean bowl. It's more of a line and length to try and contain the batsman rather than attacking. But with the right hand in strike, Hridoy, last ball that he bowled in his last bit, took outside edge with the second slip in place. I reckon Nishan Maduska is at the moment is but 1.5 slip, coming closer to the wicket keeper. Trying to pitch it up, Asita Fernando, try and see if there's any movement away from the right hand or from the opposite end. Both the deliveries going with the angle. No swing available now.
Four spinning options for Sri Lanka. And looking at the days leading up to the ODI, no dew. Even at 10:30 p.m. in the evening, there was hardly any dew, which would mean that the Sri Lankan spinners will be confident of taking the pace off as the evening goes on. Is that a slower one into the pitch? It's just lobbed over.
It looks like just 105.4 kilometers per hour. A particular bouncer by Fernando, keeping the batsman honest, but with the slow ball bouncer, I just thought it was a waste of a delivery. Want to be aggressive, give it effort in. This occasion it was the off cutter into the pitch, and rightly so, called by wide by the umpires.
He stands right across the stumps. Imon. And Fernando, well, the way he's bowling in Fuller, I think that's a little dangerous, because you can hit him on the pads. Ball's not moving as much now, and Imon's problem is his head falls across. That means he's going to be playing over his pad, which I think Fernando would prefer. He's very strong through the offside, but that straighter delivery, probably a sitting duck with where he starts on off stump.
Yeah, surely Asita will fancy his chances, but I think rather than bowling it fuller, hit the deck on a good length, just like that, probably a little bit fuller, and try and hit the pad back of the length rather than going fuller. Yes, the field has set for the particular delivery, which is to bowl straight as possible, fuller with a long on in place, deep square leg in place. But the best chance to get him on out with this field would be back of the length, try and aim the knee of the batter. That will be my game plan if I'm the bowler.
Two more deliveries in the power play, and Sri Lanka will have a little bit more of a cushion and they can spread the field a bit more. Very good from Fernando. I don't think he's searching for the wicket now like he did in his first 3 overs. This is more about getting to that 10th over.
Yeah, correct. Just want to finish off the 10th over and possibly afterwards think of wicket taking options. That has been the game plan ever since the Shmantas. Now he finished his spell. My station was bought in more of a containment mentality rather than attacking. Yeah, after 10 overs, probably a couple of overs of Janit Trinigate just to see if there's anything, or else get Lalage from where on in. A lot of options for Charita Sri Lanka, something we have to keep a close eyes on. What sort of attack it's going to be.
Bottom edge bounces in front of Mendes, so that ends the power play. Bangladesh are 55 for 2. Well, the run rate in power play 1, 55 today, and that's Bangladesh's lowest score in the series in the first 10 overs.
Coming round the wicket to Imon, Mahesh Theekshana. 4 fielders outside the circle. Was at sweeper cover, long off, long on, and deep square leg in front of square.
Goes across the stumps. Theekshana saw that.
Predominantly in the 2.2 overs, Mahesh Theekshana has bowled, mostly has been current ball. And this occasion he goes for the right arm off spinner. Good seam position. Pace is above 100 kilometers per hour. Again, it was full. Just the lead you spoke about, Russ.
Bowling from way wide of the crease, Theekshana. Brilliant fielding. Coming the Mendes, that was stuck out the right mid.
Good energy by Kamidu. If he had missed the extra cow field, there should have been a couple of runs there. Excellent commitment.
Builds on the dots. That's what you need to do. And the pressure builds. The batter will look for shots that aren't there. Because he's trying to get off strike. He's trying to score runs.
Missed the full length again. Any other classical left-hand batter or a right-hand in that length, with that pace, would have creamed through extra cover. Come on. He spoke a couple of overs before Russell. Missed another half volley.
Oh, yes, boy.
5 dots. Real good from Tikshana. The ball not really gripping for him. But you're working the batter out by giving him nothing. He'll be looking up at the scoreboard. He'll be thinking about the required run rate.
Big shot coming, Maya. Come on, big shot coming.
There you go. Mendy's saying, big shot coming.
Oh, yes, boy. Oh, yes.
Another dot. A maiden over. 55 for 2 after 11.
Hey, look at our Simply Safe home security system.
Let's install it.
We need another camera.
What for?
They're collectibles. What?
Naim got a camera each.
Yay!
Systems start from under £200 when you buy a professional monitoring plan. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
A wonderful 100 from Kusal Mendes has led Sri Lanka till 85 for 7, and now that looks a long way away for Bangladesh, who lost 2 early wickets.
Pretty late for a stroke. Take a look at where the ball was trying to make contact. Almost near his eye level. Should have been ideal in front of the pads. As suspected, Dunitwa Lalge into the attack.
Just the 1 over from Asita Fernando for in his second spell. Gets Sri Lanka to the 10th over, and then the spinners come in. Maximum of 4 fielders allowed and straight away utilized. Choose the call. Hridoy is quick.
Dunitwa Lalge up at Ketarami, Premadasa in the second ODI. Dominant ball at the arm delivery. Hardly turned anything against the right-hander. To be some effort, underlights in a good pitch, Pallakale. Get 1 or 2 to turn to create the doubt. That's something that I'm sure that he'll keep in mind to create the doubt. Try and hit the front pad of Hridoy, who usually plays the left arm spin pretty well. The game plan against him will be quite different.
Batting wise, not a lot remaining for Bangladesh. Mehidy Hasan Miraz comes in at 5, usually very good at number 7, 8. Then Jahir Ali, Tamim Hossain, Patwari. Oh, good one, came back in. That was quicker from Lalage.
Yeah, 96.2. I see him position skidding on. Hridoy trying to open up the gap between cover point and extra cover, and almost chopped it onto his own stumps. Again, drift. Good start by Lalage, just the 2 runs from that over. 57 for 2.
There and thereabouts after 12 overs. Tikshana 3 overs, none for 6, and Hasaranga introduced very early. Last 3 overs, Bangladesh have scored only 6 runs. Now Hasaranga dismissed Imon in the previous game. Swept well, but that'll spin right round to Chamira. Do you think he's brought in to just get his overs done, protect him?
It'll be interesting to see how much effort he can put in. Hamstring injuries can be almost like pricking with a needle. Looks like that's his back foot as well. Has to give him the stability. And most of the time, I reckon in this server, he's trying to skid on. Probably bowl 2-3 overs to see if there anything that possible out of this pitch. As they say, Russell, always be wary of the wounded soldier. We never know.
Well, in the last year or so, I've seen him bowl on one leg on many occasions. Injuries have not been his friend. This is what happened. That's the fastest he's ever run, I believe, and then he's gone. Struggling after.
The same hamstring has been bothering him for a lot. Back foot. Don't think he's trying to land it as hard as he can. He's just bowling with the upper body rather than putting it effort from the entire body. Understandably, you need to have stability while you land from the back foot. So this is where he'll be tested. But I think Charita Salanka, the think tank, the management would like to push Fernando Hasaranga and see 2-3 overs if he can make an impact. If not, make a call later on.
Was that last shot, was it off the bottom of the bat? Because he was trying to sweep towards square leg. Ball ended up going to mid-wicket.
Yeah, all these deliveries are skidding on to the batter.
Required rate, just script over 6. He's looking to sweep everything. That's what Imon is doing against Hasaranga. Not really sure he's picking the wrong one or what Hasaranga is bowling.
Oh, yes, boy.
61 for 2. Five bowlers used. We've seen Lanka's leading spinners into the attack. Lanka also bowls a lot more since he's been captain. And he's been very effective too, I must say. Picked up many wickets, vital wickets. But we will see him at some stage.
Left-hand, right-hand combination in the middle for Bangladesh. Spinners will probably find a little harder to adjust to. If I'm in the think tank of Bangladesh, I would love to continue with the right-hand, left-hand combination with Chakar Ali, Mehidy, Miraz and Patwari. The rest of next 3 batters to come in. Left-hander gets in, I'll probably get Shamim Hossain. Or in case if the right-hander gets out next, I'll probably get the captain. Keep the left-hand, right-hand combination going, especially in the middle overs against spinners.
He goes big. Mid-wicket, gets around and takes it. Nishan Madhuskar judges that to perfection. The runs were drying up. And hence the big shot comes out.
It was coming, wasn't it? Last 30 deliveries, only 14 runs. And on the 31st, there was a wicket. Imon was quiet for a little while. He was tested with some good spin bowling. And then he was trying to break the shackles, going with the turn, the right option. But the execution was poor. And Towhid Hridoy, he cannot believe what his partner has done. And a good catch at deep mid-wicket by Nishan Madhuskar. Parvez Hossain Imon gone for 28. Bangladesh 62 for 3.
the captain who's come out, Mehidy Hasan Miraj. Been at 5 through the series. Mehidy Hasan Miraj at 5 would tell me that the batting is a little thin. He's been very useful in the past. I'm not so sure. It's at 5. I haven't seen enough, let me tell you that. Well, Lalagay's got a wicket.
Right option, going with the turn. But the question has to be asked, was that necessary? That was possibly tempted, forced by good bowling previously to that. 5 overs, only 14 runs. All of a sudden, the big shot comes out. Looks like, well, Lalagay will continue from the far end with 2 right-handers in. From the other end, I'll be tempted to bring one of the fast bowlers. Remember last game, he was bounced out by Dushman Chamira.
Oh, he gets off the mark. 0 and 9 have been Mehidy Hasan Miraj's contributions at number 5 this series.
Just looking at the field and trying to figure out if any of the fast bowlers warming up. Doesn't look like Dushman Chamira or Fernando.
Do they need to? In this heat, they've been bowling 4 over spells. 64 for 3 then Bangladesh at the end of the 14th over.
.64 for 3. Sri Lanka will be pleased with their progress and extremely pleased that Banidhu Hasaranga is on the field and is bowling. There was an element of doubt when he tried to take that run. He started limping. There were question marks as to whether it was a hamstring tear or a strain, but he seemed to have put all those doubts to rest and he's bowling here. And he's certainly so important, Amir.
Well, let me tell you, he's the most dangerous. Once he's struggling with his fitness, when he's hurt physically. Well read on that occasion. Yeah, plenty of positives for Sri Lankan team in this match already, but for me the biggest positive is the usage of new ball. Wow, it was a treat. Both the fast bowlers, they were using the new cherry to some effect. They were swinging the ball in the air, deviation of the surface, swinging ball either side. Asked too many questions from the batters. That is a good news for Sri Lankan cricket.
Just to add to that, it's always nice to see Chami running in and bowling at full steam, bowling with a bit of extra pace. Then Asita Fernando also had really cranked his pace up a few notches, because if you remember during the test matches, his pace was down, it was more control, but now he's in his familiar territory, the mid 130s to the high 130s.
Yeah, started to hold his own. No, at times when fast bowlers are playing, Sri Lanka, they're not up to the job, up to the task.
Yes, boy, yes.
End of a good over, decent over, 66 for 3.
See, we spoke about the pace. Of course, the average pace gets calculated when you consider the slower deliveries also.
Yeah, to finish the point, when Sri Lankan fast bowlers are bowling in a test match, they go through the motions rather than bowling with the belief that, yes, they can create a difference. That's well fetched. From outside the off stump, gets a boundary. First boundary after 43 deliveries. Tells you the struggle of these batters.
Yeah, that's been long time waiting. Sri Lankans have looked to strangle them. That was bowled slower and bowled wider. So he fetched it from outside the off stump. It was a well executed shot. Again another one, again bowled slower and beautifully judged and beautifully executed. Bowled deliberately slower and wider of the off stump.
He's up for the job, captain. Whenever he sees a bit of flight and the ball pitched outside the off stump, he's ready to tonk the ball towards mid-wicket, the vacant area, and force the captain to place a deep mid-wicket, and that will force the bowler start darting the ball in.
Mehidy has been short of runs. Now that's outside the line. This is his best score, but just let's keep an eye on Dunit Vellalaga's release points. That's the delivery, the previous one. And just look at that, he's bowling it slightly lower. The previous one was higher, the other one was lower. Into the over. 74 for 3. So 74 for 3, and it's time for some breaks.
TNT Sports, powered by Canterbury. This weekend,
Who will run out victorious?
hold on tight.
We are go.
It's another doubleheader of bikes.
Oh my goodness, what drama.
MotoGP takes it to the limit at the Sachsen Ring in the Grand Prix of Germany.
This is racing as good as it gets.
And World Superbikes will be burning up Donington Park.
One of the most epic championships. This could go down to the line. What a weekend.
It's all live on the new home of bikes, TNT Sports.
With the help of Zero accounting software, I've got the right information at my fingertips. So now I can take my business anywhere. Search Zero with an X!
Yep, that's my dad. You're probably wondering how he got here.
Hello, darling. Don't forget it's the bins on Tuesday.
Mum, wait. Have you got Airalo?
Airalo?
Yeah, it's an eSIM. This call will cost you a fortune.
It's okay. We are on the Wi-Fi.
Huh? No, we're not.
What?
The Harry starter set. Get our trim and razor, shave gel and travel cover with 30% off and free delivery. Harry's. Feel good, fellas.
We should have left centuries ago.
It's okay. I'm with the AA.
Because the AA has more expert patrols in more places than anyone else, you'll be back on the road in no time. That's why millions of drivers choose the AA. Join today.
It's so exciting to see where we are now and knowing the history of where we've come from. They really questioned, should we even enter a team into the Premiership? We should withdraw. And I remember saying, absolutely not.
I hope that you know how influential your fight was to getting the game to where it is today.
What happened was that women's rugby won.
Reframe the game. Stream the full series now, only on Discovery Plus.
$74 for 3, Bangladesh. They've lost 3 wickets and a little bit too early. The opening partnership did not prosper. Fernando striking with the wicket of Tanzid. And this was wicket number 1.
Exceptional usage of the new ball. And the batsmen losing their balance, exposing the stumps. He was beaten by the pace and also inward movement. Played the wrong line. And then the spinner chipping in with the wicket. Bilal again.
I thought that that was unnecessary. He was looking to go over the top, found the fielder. But the wicket of Shanto, that was sheer pace. It went between bat and body. And Shanto was definitely done by that extra bit of pace, as you said. Came back just that little fraction back into the right-hander. Or back into the left-hander, I beg your pardon. Hasaranga continues. He's got that long on out and long off out.
Yeah, Bangladeshi batters really struggled to pick Hasaranga during the first ODI. Played at Premadasa Stadium, Colombo. But now, they're giving a feel they have a hang of Hasaranga's bowling. That's nice. Nicely driven into the gap. And that's third boundary from the bat of Bangladeshi captain Mehidy Hasan.
Yeah, he's starting to mean business here. That's the wrong and little bit over pitched. And look at how he leans into it. Saw it and went through extra cover. Big gap on the offside.
Yeah, full stride in. And no holding back. Gave everything to that stroke, Mehidy Hasan Miraz.
Yeah, one thing about Hasaranga is I don't think he's 100%. You could see that he's got a slight limp. He's not moving as easily and freely as one would like him to do. Just concerned whether this spell can aggravate his situation and not allow him to play in the T20s.
He's a fighter, isn't he?
Yeah, Sri Lanka will be hoping, because that's his speciality. He does well in the 50 overs, but he's created that position for himself in the T20 format. Another single, 7 runs off the over, 81 for 3. Well, the two worms at the moment hugging each other, but if you look at the end of that Sri Lankan worm, those clusters of dots really stem that flow. Sri Lanka at one stage was looking at around 300 plus, but Bangladesh did a fabulous job in the last 10 overs, reining in again and just making sure that they had Sri Lanka at a manageable score. He's back, Chamira, ball with good pace. 1 for 26, provides that cutting edge in pace. And he is hitting that bat hard.
And he has bowled with a lot of control. He's been consistently clocking around 142. And with that pace, to be able to land the ball consistently on a good length, it tells you that he's growing in confidence. Never easy when you're making a comeback.
Yeah, Towhid Hridoy, that's another player with Immense potential for Bangladesh. Oh, well done. Very good fielding at cover. That is outstanding work. So important. Kamidu Mendes.
Fielding during the test matches was questionable, but in ODI series, it has lifted. See fielders putting much more effort. Invented quite a few things. Catching has been brilliant. Remember that Eliana Gay catch? Was stunning.
That's right. The fielding has been very sharp in the one-day series. The throwing has been doing good. Catching has been outstanding. Some stunning catches, effecting run-outs. So that has been also helpful for Sri Lanka. And they've turned up in their numbers. I must say, for a working day, for a weekday, it's a good crowd in Pallekele, and they always, they're very faithful when it comes to watching cricket. They come in their numbers, enjoy their cricket. Nicely done, nicely done. Short delivery. Look at the way how he rides the bounce, hits it down and into the gap.
And he's got plenty of time, Towhid Hridoy. Have a look. At the last moment, knew where the gap was and was able to hit the ball into the gap with control. Yeah, talking about Pallekele crowd. Not only they turn up in numbers, enjoy their cricket, but they jazz it up for the players as well.
Do. They absolutely do. This time square, and that's for back-to-back boundaries. He's fighting fire with fire. Short deliveries, pulled through mid-wicket, short and wide, and goes through the offside.
This is the advantage as a batsman you get if you stay still. See the ball coming out of the hand of the bowler, pick up the length early, you get rewarded. You do. Have a look. He picked the ball very early and got into a very good position.
Dot to end the over. 8 runs off it. 89 for 3.
At Mattress Man, we know we all sleep differently. You could say we really know our stuff. You tell us all about your sleep and we guide you softly to the right mattress. Through top brands like Silent Night and Arthur, you find the right one for your pocket. We deliver it for free and you try it for 60 nights. And now, with 15% off all our mattresses, trust Mattress Man to find your perfect sleep. Go to mattressman.co.uk.
Now this partnership is very important for Bangladesh. This is the partnership they can create the base. Because then they got Tamim next. They got Jakar coming in. So Zakir, I must say. That's beautifully bowled. One into Hasaranga. I can tell you something that, see, we talk about the importance of the middle overs. That's from the 11th to the 40th over, and that's where Vanidu Hasaranga generally bowls. And that's where the fielding side of Sri Lanka, they keep looking for, oh, that time wrong foot of the keeper. Had moved a little bit too much. And he gets a boundary. That's clever batting.
Yeah, the wicketkeeper was anticipating a contact with the full face of the bat. It actually hit the splice of the bat, hence went down and went very fine. Boundaries started to flow for Bangladesh now.
Quite a few of them. In the last 18 to 20 balls, I think 6 boundaries for Bangladesh. But having said that, if the wicketkeeper stood in the right position, there was a chance, there was a possibility of that going to glove. But take nothing away from that shot of the skipper. And now Wanidhu Hasaranga on his part has slowed it down. Now that was pushed through a little bit quicker. But he's looking to bowl in those high 70s, searching for turn, more guile, and looking for that drop. Looking to throw it up over the eye line. So a boundary and then 4 dots.
Yeah, he's realized that lighting the ball is not working in his favor, and hence he's darting the ball in. That was a top spinner to end the over. It's 94 for 3.
It starts with an engineer providing access to thousands of Shell EV chargers, helping supply more than 20% of the UK's gas. Getting it from here to here. Investing in people and communities to build skills for the energy transition. Shell is helping power the UK, now and into the future.
.192 of 31 overs. That's the requirement, which means the required rate is better than a runner ball. But Bangladesh won't worry about it too much at this stage. There is plenty of cricket left in the game. Still the 20th over in progress. It's the middle overs. It's the middle overs now. It's Miraz on strike. And let's see the length Chamira is going to bowl at him.
Well, one thing is for sure, our captain was beaten by the pace. Was there a noise? Chamira asked the wicketkeeper. Well, that's why Captain Mehidy Hasan looked sheepish.
There was a noise for sure, but oh, good one, really good one. That's a bold one. He was waiting for the short delivery, and that's gone all the way for 6. It's the first 6 of the match, and well executed with 100 up for Bangladesh.
Yeah, a couple of times he has bowled a bouncer, but no effect was created on the batters. Hridoy was able to find a boundary in the previous over. This time it was Mehidy who was able to hit first 6 of this game.
Very well executed. You would expect the short delivery because we do know that Miraz struggled a little bit. That's a good comeback. Well, there was a delivery that went past the outside edge, and we all felt that there was some sound. There was nothing at all. There was a big gap. But as far as the sound is concerned, this sounded perfect. That had a sound, and that went all the way for 6.
Well, let me tell you, the length was edible for the batter, and the sound audible for everybody.
Indeed. Went all the way for 6. Again, good running. Very good running. Dropping and running. This is good cricket. 39 of 37. The partnership is gradually gathering a little bit of momentum here. And Mehidy Hasan Miraz is the one providing it.
They are very pensive at the moment, crowd. Ever since Mehidy and Miraz has come out and started to find the boundaries, the mood has changed in the Isles.
Certainly has. They've gone quiet. But wait for something to happen. They'll be in full voice. This crowd, as you said, they've been behind the Sri Lankan cricketers. Having said that, let's give full credit to the curator. It looks a very good surface, Amir. When Sri Lanka batted and now when Bangladesh bats, it hasn't misbehaved. The ball has been coming onto the bat quite nicely. The batters have enjoyed anything off line with pace on. Haven't really struggled too much against spin either. Another single, 8 runs in the over. At the end of 20, it's 102 for 3. Right, that's the rest of the batters. There's Shamim. Still early days for him. Zakir. And then, of course, you're down to the bowlers. So Bangladesh will need a partnership at this stage to try and build a platform where they'll try to build on. Change of bowling. Velalage bowling from the opposite end. So the skipper is just mixing it around the bowling resources. Vanidu Hasaranga just bowled 4 overs, none for 18. Velalage into his 4th.
No, as a bowler, he doesn't give you lollies, that's for sure. Velalage on the money most of the times.
Starting to enjoy the dinner. It's dinner time. Now long on comes into the circle to save 1. Long off goes out. That's a deep mid-wicket and a deep backward square leg. You hear that grunt every time Punit Velalage bowls. Real effort, the real grunt from him. They're not just enjoying the cricket, but enjoying seeing themselves on the giant screen. However brief it may be, they're enjoying that brief moment of visibility. It's a good comeback. 3 singles only. The over. He will want to finish strong. Down the track, down to long off, taken at long off. Velalage strikes. Janit Lianage, he hasn't dropped anything in the series. He catches on again, holds on to a catch. Bangladesh lose a big wicket, which I think was unnecessary in the context of the game. That was beautifully bowled.
Yeah, never allowed the batter to get underneath that one, to get that elevation, to clear Velalage, who is safe as houses wherever he feels. He's a good catcher. High five. Aren't they loving it? To see the back of Bangladeshi captain Mehidy and Miraz. who played well for his 28. It's 105 for 4.
TNT Sports, powered by Canterbury.
So you want the confidence to hit that high note. Here's how. Get the Harry's starter set. Get our trim and razor, shave gel and travel cover with 30% off and free delivery. With our razor, even your 8th shave will be as smooth as your first. Its 5 German-engineered blades are our sharpest yet. Now with your newfound confidence, that high note is there for the taking. Harry's. Feel good, fellas.
TNT Sports, powered by Canterbury.
Tamim Hossain is in as the troubles continue for Bangladesh into his 6th match. It's the 55 runs, lot to work on his batting. Come in at a position of strife for Bangladesh. It's really having problems trying to build up partnerships and throwing the wickets away at the wrong time.
I understand the thinking, Shamim, but his execution was wrong. He was trying to hit it straight down the ground. Now Velalage is trying to spin it away from the right-hander. I would think inside out, more towards extra cover would have been the option. Because he's trying to hit it straight down, he slices it. And Janit Liyanage was very wide at long on. That's a big wicket, in fact.